everyone.
Forest Oak sometime.
Yesterday morning.
It's been a while since I've been.
All right. This morning we'll begin with an interview for the county executive's appointment to the Housing Opportunities Commission, Ms. Frances Kelleher. I had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Keller yesterday at the ribbon cutting for the incredible new building that's going up at Chevy Chase Lakes that has a strong, affordable component because it's a HOC partnership with EYA, and was only possible because of the rezoning, among many things, the rezoning that the council supported for that property in the Chevy Chase Lakes sector plan. And it's great to see you there. So we've got some questions for you. Ms. Keller, please, is it Kelleher or Keller or Kelleher?
Kelleher.
Kelleher.
Fran Kelleher.
As it's spelled.
Yes.
So we have 4 prepared questions, and council members may have others. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you have volunteered for service on the Housing Opportunities Commission. You can turn that on, and when the light comes on, you know it's on. Not yet. There you go. And you can just leave that on, yeah.
Okay,
great.
thank you. I was able to retire recently and have been looking for a way to give back to society for all the advantages I've had during my adult life and actually childhood as well, and saw this opportunity, and it resonated with me for 2 reasons. One, I'm a big believer in Maslow's hierarchy, that you first need to address people's food, shelter, and personal safety needs before you can expect anything else from them in terms of participation in society. And I see a lot of organizations working on the food issues, a lot of churches, a lot of community groups. I see far fewer working on the housing issues. For good reasons. It's very expensive and it takes a lot more detail and time to work on housing issues. And so when this opportunity came up, I saw about a year ago, I went for my initial interview with the staff at HOC, and am very delighted that I now may be able to fill the end of someone's term who had to leave the commission early. My second reason is, quite frankly, a lot more personal, from my own family. I have a grandfather who, because his father had been killed, had to leave school after 8th grade and take a job to help support the family, and took a job as a bricklayer and eventually became a carpenter and worked on building houses. And then when my own father graduated from 8th grade, he and my dad built a house from scratch and moved the family into it. And it was the financial security that having that house brought, which enabled my dad to take night classes at college and become a professional. And I have had enormous benefits as a result of that financial security that came from being able to build that house. And so I know the difference that it can make in families' lives to have security in housing. It really provides the basis for working on all of the other issues they may need to work on. And so it's really particularly something that I would enjoy giving back to other families, to be able to provide housing security in some shape or form.
Thank you so much. What do you see as important issues facing the commission?
I think the most obvious big issue is the fact that the waiting list is about 2 to 3 times the number of people being served. And I would love to see a situation where that reversed, or even better. I mean, it would be wonderful if we had 80 to 90% of the people being served and a waiting list of 10% that really had a hope of getting on in their lifetime to receive some benefit. So I think that's the biggest issue, is how do we close that enormous gap and make it so that more people have realistic opportunity to find housing security.
Are there any potential conflicts of interest of which we should be aware?
I am not aware of any conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Will you be able to make the time commitment that the commission requires?
Yes, as I mentioned, I retired when I turned 60, which was wonderful, and I now have time that I can spend on this and look forward to doing so.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you for offering to serve on the commission. Mr. Hucker.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Kelleher for being willing to do this. This is a really important job. She's been really active in the community for a long time, and I really appreciate your willingness. I think you'd be a terrific commissioner. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Keller. We will be in touch with you shortly.
Thank you.
All right. Turning to our invocation, Mr. Larry Crouch is Director of the National Advocacy Center of the Sisters of the Good Shepherd, and he will lead us this morning. Please rise as you are able.
Dear God, thank you for the gift of this day. Help us to serve you by serving those who are in the most need of our help. In every decision, let our first thought be, how will this decision affect people living in poverty and on the margin of our society? Help us to maintain Montgomery County as an open and welcoming community. Let us welcome the immigrant. Help us to ensure a sufficient wage for all who work in our community, to ensure they have enough resources to support themselves and their families. Help us to ensure adequate housing, health care, and education for everyone. As people of many religions and no religion, as conservatives and liberals, help us to live peacefully together in open dialogue as we seek to build a just and compassionate community. Inspire us with your wisdom today and every day. Amen.
Thank you for those words. And now we will move to our presentations, and if possible, we'll begin with a proclamation recognizing the 10th Annual Bethesda Green Gala by Council Member Leventhal, which will give me a moment to get my pink tie.
Well, good morning. This Thursday night, from starting at 5:30 with a reception, and then at 6:30, really major gathering of environmental activists and entrepreneurs, and Bethesda and countywide civic leaders will gather together, and it is the 10th anniversary of an environmental nonprofit that I co-founded with Seth Goldman, the owner and TEO of Honest Tea. After my second election to the county council, Seth came to me and he suggested that Bethesda was lacking some environmental infrastructure like bike racks and recycling bins, and that rather than just asking the government to pay for all of it, he wanted to form a public-private partnership that would emphasize the importance of living sustainably, reducing greenhouse gases, and promoting the green economy. And it was Seth's idea, but I said, yeah, well, there's going to be some issues. I mean, if we're actually going to put recycling bins on the street, you got to work with the Bethesda Urban Partnership, and we're going to have to get permitting to approve it, and you may need to look at the master plan. We may need park and planning to be involved, and blah, blah, blah. And we set up a public-private partnership that, for the most part, had a minority of its funding coming from the government. What happened over the 10 years was that a green incubator took flight and is now generating jobs and good ideas and bringing together entrepreneurs and venture capital. And the executive director, Véronique Marier, has done a terrific job. She's very effective and business-minded and creative. she's actually winding down her service as executive director at Bethesda Green. But I don't know if I'm going to read all this because I've spoken so much about it. But this proclamation honors Bethesda Green on, I'm just going to read the last part, as it celebrates its 10th year anniversary gala, celebrating the region's green champions, which offers us a chance to reflect on a decade's worth of accomplishments and community contributions and gives the opportunity to look forward to new goals, new challenges, and reaching new heights. And so therefore be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County hereby congratulates Bethesda Green on the 10-year anniversary of the Bethesda Green Gala, and resolved that the County Council recognize this week as Bethesda Green Week, presented today, October 16th, and signed by Hans Riemer. I think I need to keep talking so he can get his tie tied. Veronique, would you like to say a word?
I'll just say thank you so much, not only George, but especially George. He's been a tremendous support over all of the last 10 years at Bethesda Green and over more than 4 years for me as an individual. And then I think you've led me also, my career led me back to be, you know, hyper-local, led me back to this council, and I think I've gotten to know every single one of you, and there is not one person that has not helped Bethesda Green grow so that we are sustainable as a nonprofit as well, and that we can really, you know, transpire the benefits of that public-private partnership. So Thursday is a celebration. Jane Horn is the chair of the board here with me. I will be leading the event in partnership with Bethesda Magazine. And I have to tell you one thing. So it's not only Bethesda Green that does great things. We are seeing an evolution of green champions in the community, and they will receive awards on that night. Like I have every year, I'm baffled. You will have Bike for the World. 120,000 old bikes are being shipped overseas that would otherwise sit in the garage. And that's just one of them. If you want to see the others, show up on Thursday.
Very good. So we're going to take a photograph. Jane and Veronique.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Leventhal and Bethesda Green. Our next presentation is a proclamation recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month by Councilmember Nancy Farine.
Invite all my colleagues to join me down here. We all have been affected in one way or the other by breast cancer. Some of us have lost dear ones. Others of us have stood with our friends and family as they've gone through treatment. I myself am lucky to have made it 7 years since my treatment, and it's a very scary thing. And I'm going to have to turn it over to Nancy Navarro next year as the standard bearer for this issue. And I know Nancy has suffered awful losses because of breast cancer. But we have with us Dr. Travis Gales and our health officer and chief of public health services, and Vicki Buckland, chief operating officer for DHHS. I know Uma couldn't join us today, so you can come up a little farther. It's okay. It's okay. Some interesting facts. As we know, we've seen a lot of pink around. A lot of businesses are engaged in drawing awareness and raising money for this terrible scourge throughout our community. I was at a golf event the other day where Eagle Bank has raised millions of dollars for a mammogram truck that goes around and provides free services to folks who cannot get out and have their be checked for breast cancer. So we thank everyone in the community for their support for all this. It's great to see so many people wearing pink today. That's a statement of how we stand together, how we are concerned, and how we will always work together to address the breast cancer challenges. According to the American Cancer Society, here are some estimates. Right now is where we stand. Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. First is lung cancer. About 266,120 new cases of invasive breast cancer will be diagnosed in women this year. About 41,000 women will die from breast cancer this year. Currently, there are more than 3.1 million people with a history of breast cancer in the U.S. This includes women still being treated and those who have completed treatment. And I will say, men get it too. Compared to the United States and the state of Maryland, at least our mortality rates from breast cancer were consistently lower during 2008 and 2014. We do have a better breast cancer survival rate than Maryland and the U.S., and no doubt that's due to our proximity to some wonderful institutions of support in health. We are grateful for our Montgomery County Cares program and its partners, Adventist Healthcare, Holy Cross, Community Radiology, and also for the significant investment we as a county have been able to make to increase the number of women served to get mammograms. Mr. Gale, would you like to make any comments before I read the proclamation? Dr. Gale? Okay. If not, let me just go ahead and read this. October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and since the program began in 1985, there has been a gradual reduction in female breast cancer in women aged 50 and older, and death rates have declined since 1990, partly because of better screening, early detection, increased awareness, and continually improving treatment options. And whereas 1 in 8 women in the United States, or 12% of women, will develop breast cancer at some point in her life, making breast cancer the most common cancer among women, except for skin cancer. And Montgomery County is fortunate to have many partners across various disciplines that raise awareness about the importance of early detection of breast cancer and provide services to those who've been diagnosed with breast cancer. Women, have you had your mammogram this year? Do not forget. Whereas more people than ever are surviving breast cancer, but there's more work to do as we focus our efforts on improving care and bringing attention to new advances in detection and treatment. And whereas this month we stand with the mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts, and friends who have been affected by breast cancer, and we recognize the ongoing efforts of dedicated advocates, researchers, and healthcare providers who strive each day to defeat this terrible disease. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby recognizes October 2018 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Montgomery County. And we do recognize and cherish those who help to prevent, detect, and treat cancer, and who work towards a future free from cancer in all its forms. Presented this 16th day in October in the year 2018, and signed by our Council President, Hans Remer. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Dr. Trim. And now we have our ceremonial picture. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Councilmember Florine. And we have a proclamation recognizing 40 years of smoke detector and fire safety by Councilmember Katz.
The emergency responders know that they're supposed to be right here immediately, so that's all impressive. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to ask you, please. Yeah, there you go. Yes, yeah, you did. And I'm going to ask you if you would like to introduce yourselves. We can start with you, Fire Marshal.
Good morning. I'm Brian Geraci. I'm the Maryland State Fire Marshal.
Good morning. I'm Mary Marchone, retired from Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Jim Resnick. I'm a volunteer with Bethesda Chevy Chase Rescue Squad, but I'm also the senior outreach education person for Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Beth Ann Nessel, Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
And I'm D. Howard Richards, Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Fire Chief Scott Goldstein.
Again, thank you all very much for being here. Now, on my notes, it did say that Ms. Marchone is the First Lady of Fire, so you deserve an extra round of applause for that, please. And really, the proclamation says it all, so I'm going to read that and then ask for a couple people to please say a few words. But this is a proclamation from their Air Council. Whereas Montgomery County is celebrating the 40th anniversary of the first retroactive smoke alarm law in the United States, which adopted a retrofit law requiring smoke alarms to be installed in homes effectively July 1st, 1978. And whereas a residential smoke alarm provides an early warning of home fires, and the usage of smoke alarms in the United States rose from less than 10% in the mid-1970s to more than 95% today, and has cut home fire fatalities nearly in half. And whereas smoke alarm technology was developed in the 1960s, and by the mid-1970s, fire officials in Montgomery County recognized the potential smoke alarms had to reduce fire deaths, and whereas 3 aspects of fatal fires suggested that early detection is a means of reducing fire deaths. Fatal residential fires most commonly occur when residents are asleep. Fatal fires burn for a long period of time before they are discovered. And most deaths are due to smoke inhalation rather than burns, and whereas through education, engineering, and enforcement, Montgomery County has significantly reduced fire fatalities, and in 2018, 40 years since the legislation went into effect, smoke alarms remain one of the most critical residential safety devices in the fight against home fires, and whereas Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service has a vital role in the protection of residents and visitors to the county and remains committed to reducing the risks of home fire injuries and fatalities through education, engineering, and the advancement of life-saving technologies. Now, therefore, it be resolved that today be called be declared Fire Prevention Month and the 40th anniversary of Montgomery County Smoke Alarm Law, and it's signed today by our President, Hans Reamer. Congratulations. Listen to the chief.
Well, I just want to thank Councilman Katz for this proclamation today. Obviously, it recognizes a tremendous milestone event. Mary Marchone and I were part of putting this smoke alarm legislation together, and obviously getting the word out in the community 40 years ago. And it did save lives, and it continues to save lives today. And obviously, the technologies become much greater. We now have 10-year sealed battery smoke alarms, which are required in all homes as of January 1st of this year. And those devices are saving lives. We've seen the fire deaths decrease this year in the state of Maryland over last year. So not only smoke alarms, but residential sprinklers. And those two things combination are saving lives throughout the state of Maryland. And I want to thank you all again for this opportunity, and obviously recognizing this very important legislation that was the first in the country to put this in place in residential homes and existing homes. So thank you very much.
As Brian outlined, this was groundbreaking action 40 years ago, but it was only the beginning of what has become a course and a practice of Montgomery County taking initiatives and forward progressive steps on home safety, one of which was just approved several weeks ago with our carbon monoxide detector law. And Montgomery County's history with fire sprinklers and smoke detectors and other factors by which we keep you, the residents, safer at home and give you that early warning and early detection. The smoke detector is that silent sentry that is there and helps you at the time of need and gives you that early warning. So thank you very much, Mr. Katz, and all the council for this recognition.
right. Thank you, Councilmember Katz. And now we will turn to our items of general business. We have no announcements or petitions, and therefore we'll turn to the approval of minutes from October 2nd, 2018. Those minutes, and the approval of closed session minutes from October 2nd, 2018. Those minutes were distributed in advance to all council members. Are there any corrections? All right, seeing none, those are approved as submitted. And now we will turn to the consent calendar, noting there's one item added and one deleted. We need a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Rice and seconded by Mr. Katz.
I'm going to announce what's been added and what's been deleted. Yeah, that's right. Well, even though it's Rice, I'll do it.
At the request of Mr. Katz, what has been added is the FY20 WSSC spending control limits, with the T&E committee recommending approval. And what's been removed is the resolution to approve the memorandum of understanding with the City of Gaithersburg regarding transportation improvements eligible for funding with development impact tax for transportation improvements revenue collected in Gaithersburg. And comments on the consent calendar, Councilmember Florine.
Thank you. On item number 3C, I just want to note for the record, I'd like to be shown in the negative with respect to that particular action item. The committee has supported the standard of a 5% rate increase for WSSC. I don't think we should do this every single year ad infinitum. I appreciate the challenges that WSSC faces, but as it is, the precedent for this has been up and up and up every single year with very little controls. And I regret that this is before us in this form at this time. So I can't support it. And please, if that can be reflected. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you. I would like to speak on item 3L. As you see, this is an introduction for a special appropriation request for $200,000 from the Economic Development Fund, and this is for the Small Business Assistance Program, which is a program that was established in 2012, really as a response to the impending Wheaton revitalization project, but it really is to provide assistance to small businesses that could be adversely impacted by county-initiated redevelopment or revitalization projects. It took a little while to get it going. As you can see, it's 2018. And now finally, small businesses that have been screened and have qualified have been able to access the fund. So far, there have been 16 businesses who have qualified, and there have been 29 disbursements. So because it is actually working, the fund is being depleted as the intent was, but unfortunately, it is slated to probably have about $75,000 as on October 5th, actually had $75,000. So anyway, the special appropriation is to replenish the fund. It is not probably all that it's needed, but we will be engaging obviously in our budget process in March, and therefore this amount would carry over in order to avoid that disruption to these small businesses who are trying really hard to stay afloat as we revitalize Wheaton, and the goal is for them to come out at the end of this revitalization project stronger and be able to continue to serve not only the Wheaton residents, but also the county-wide residents. So I appreciate the co-sponsors, and we'll have a public hearing and action at some point, and that is that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to thank Council Vice President Navarro for her great leadership when it comes to the Wheaton area and continuing to support businesses. Recently, I held a business symposium and heard from many small businesses who continue to talk about the challenges that they experience here in the county and ways in which we can work together with MCEDC as well as with our Small Business Navigator with WorkSource Montgomery. And so certainly along this line, I'm very happy to be a co-sponsor of this. It certainly speaks volumes to those myriads of businesses who are adversely impacted by some of our redevelopment projects, but it also shows business that we're there for them and make sure that they understand that while we oftentimes hear how Montgomery County may be adverse to business, it's exactly the opposite. We have always been supportive of business and understand and recognize that small businesses are the lifeblood of Montgomery County. That being said, we have to always find a balance between ensuring that we're supporting businesses and ensuring that we're supporting our constituents and the employees as well. And so from that perspective, I'm just very happy to be a part of this measure. It's incredibly important for us to continue to show our support. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Mr. Berliner. Oh, sorry, Mr. Leventhal.
Please add me as a co-sponsor for the Wheaton Small Business Assistance Program Special Appropriation.
That's noted. Would anyone else like to be added as a co-sponsor? Mr. Berliner, Mr. Hucker, Mr. Elrich, Mr. Katz, Ms. Farine. All right. And Mr. Berliner.
Just very briefly, colleagues, I think we should contrast our actions here with respect to the state's failure to act on the Purple Line. We take very seriously the fact that we have a very major project underway that will impact businesses, and we say this is a county project that's affecting businesses. We have to step up and help those businesses. The state, on the other hand, with respect to the Purple Line, a state project, is failing to do the same. And so I think we need to continue to remind the state of its responsibility when it comes to that issue.
That's a good point. I think we've, Mr. Hucker may wish to comment, but I think we've started to take some of that on in Silver Spring. Is that right?
Not explicitly.
Well, you were up next anyway, so whatever you chose to say. Sorry.
Well, not explicitly for the Purple Line. There was one fund that has been expanded a little bit in Long Branch and one that was aimed at disruption regarding the Studio Plaza construction, which was different, that some of the businesses that are impacted on Bonifant Street may benefit from, but they're explicitly not aimed at the Purple Line. I could not agree more with Mr. Berliner's comments on the state's responsibility in this area. Both he and I raised this with the CEO of Purple Line Transit Constructors and with Mr. Latuca from the state when they were in front of the T&E committee very recently. And the response we got back was, well, if we provided some funding to support small businesses that were disrupted by the Purple Line, we'd have to provide some funding to, to support small businesses disrupted by any state project, which is a very specious argument. We've heard from the, in my opinion, well, yeah, that might be fine, but we have heard from MTA and MDOT many times about how unique and impactful and significant the Purple Line project is. It's one that will go on for 4 or 5 years. It's one that will impact both counties. It's one that will impact hundreds of businesses and close blocks right in front of dozens of businesses in Silver Spring alone for years at a time. And to compare it to businesses that are disrupted for a few hours when a lane is closed due to construction on Colesville Road or something is preposterous. We're in the business of making distinctions and making decisions, and so is the state. And if they can't tell the difference between the Purple Line and its disruption to small businesses and a lane closure, they I think, are making a very wrong decision, and we need to continue to remind them of their responsibility in this matter.
Very good. And the consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, show of hands. That is unanimous. And now we'll move to legislative session day 24, beginning with expedited bill 1318, Transportation Services Improvement Fund Use of Fund. The T&E committee recommends enactment with amendments. And Mr. Berliner.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'll refresh your memory with respect to this item. You may recall when Uber and Lyft came into our county, one of the things they said to us is that we don't provide wheelchair accessible vehicles. And we said, really, you don't do that? And they said, no, it's not part of our business plan. We said, fine, we'll push for a 25-cent surcharge on every Uber and Lyft ride and have it go into a fund that would take care of those you're not going to take care of and actually provide greater service to it. Well, unfortunately, because of the way the regs were written, the dollars sat in an account and weren't used. And it was a big chunk of change. And it was a big chunk of change that the county executive decided to use for other purposes, not to actually supplement our efforts, but to supplant what we were already doing. And many of us found that to be offensive, but we were in a place where actually we couldn't do anything about it because the alternative at that point was to come up with $4 million or so in the budget that was simply untenable. And the reality, of course, was that we didn't have the means by which to use those dollars because the program wasn't as it should have been. And so the county executive had sent over a bill allowing him to do this. And then when the budget went through, he sought to withdraw that legislation. We said, actually, we want to keep the legislation, but we want to keep it for another purpose. We want to keep it for the purpose of making sure this never happens again. And so the legislation before us now makes explicit that these funds can only be spent to supplement our efforts in this regard of providing services to our seniors, to those with wheelchair accessible needs, and others who need additional transportation services. So that's what this bill does. And going forward, we've had commitment from the Department of Transportation that they are going to reform the program in a way that will actually make these dollars available to the drivers in particular who provide wheelchair accessible services. So it seems to me that combination is what's needed, which is to make it clear that this council will not in any way allow this to happen again, and that going forward we will actually reform this program in a manner that actually achieves the purpose for which it was intended. Does that do it, colleagues, council?
I think you pretty well covered it.
Every now and then.
All right, thank you, Mr. Berliner, for that very, very clear explanation and also for leading the effort to regulate transportation network services companies, for helping come up with this idea of charging a fee that could be then used to fill a gap in coverage. I think over time that fund is going to become a huge part of our transportation program. Mr. Leventhal.
Yeah, I very much want to thank the T&E Committee's work on this issue. We heard from a lot of members of our community with people with disabilities, and on page 6, the provisions of the bill are clearly laid out, and I'm certain I'm going to vote for it. Why is this bill now necessary? Were not the purposes originally spelled out when the council originally acted? I'm going to vote for this. Again, I commend the committee for its work, but here the executive sent over something that we didn't support. We turned it inside out. That's great. I'm glad the committee did that. But why do we now need this bill?
I think the principal purpose is to make crystal clear. There was some dispute as to whether the funds could be used as they were in the FY19 budget.
So it's to eliminate the ambiguity that came about by a budgeting recommendation from the executive branch that ultimately was included in the 19 budget.
Yeah, essentially that's the case.
That's very, very helpful. Yeah.
If I could respond to that, colleague. The county attorney said that there was effectively a loophole, that the original language, which we thought was unambiguous, they deemed to be ambiguous enough to allow the county executive to use the dollars in the way in which he did. And we're saying, no, we got to put an end to that.
And to eliminate the ambiguity on this side of the argument rather than what the executive saw.
Exactly.
To further make it fuzzy what purposes the funds could be used for.
Right.
Very good. Very good. Okay, I'm in full support. Thank you.
All right. This is a roll call vote.
Mr. Elrich?
Yes.
Mr. Elrich votes yes. Mr. Hooker?
Yes.
Mr. Hooker votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine?
Yes.
Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Mr. Navarro?
Yes.
Mr. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Beamer?
Yes, and that is unanimous. And now we will turn to the next item, Bill 618, Contracts, Labor Peace Agreements, Displaced Service Workers, Amendments. This is continuing where we left off last week, and we have some amendments that have been recommended by Mr. Leventhal, and I will turn to the committee chair again to refresh us, and we'll begin our dialogue.
Excellent. So yes, we are back. When we discussed this, I believe 2 weeks ago, I reported that the GO committee recommended 3-0 to approve with amendments. And the intent of the legislation is to ensure that the contractual services are not interrupted by a strike by the contractor's employees or a lockout of the contractor's employees due to a labor dispute. This bill is introduced would require certain county contractors to enter into a labor peace agreement with a labor organization, establish minimum requirements for a labor peace agreement, require certain county multi-term contracts to include a minimum price increase provision, and add workers performing services under a county residential solid waste collection contract to the County Displaced Service Workers Protection Act. We amended the bill to include restricting the application of the bill to county trash hauling and recycling contracts, remove the definition of a neutrality agreement and reference to it in the bill, clarify that the labor peace agreement only applies to employees performing work on the contract. We added language to have the chief administrative officer consider the history of strikes or lockouts disrupting county services provided by the contract when considering requirement of a labor peace agreement. Require an increase to the contract price sufficient to cover an increase in labor cost up to the general wage increase approved by the county service, labor, and trades bargaining unit. Limit the hiring of the former contractor's employees to the extent the contractor needs to hire new employees. And the committee also requested language to say that wage increases do not preclude other increases for demonstrated expenses, such as, for example, increased fuel prices. So when it came to full council, Councilmember Leventhal proposed amending the bill, and we asked our county council attorney, Mr. Drummer, who's been staffing this item, to develop to bring us back some language. And basically, the proposed amendments were to add the potential adverse effect on competition as a factor to consider, and add language to ensure that a contractor must pass a contract price increase based on an increase in wages to the employees. Also in your PAC addendum, I believe there was also a memo for Procurement Director Branson and DEP Director Ms. Bubar, which explains their additional concerns for this bill. And I would also say that, you know, we've been discussing this bill for quite a long time. Just to also remind everybody that the lead sponsors are council member. It was introduced by lead sponsor Councilmember Elrich and Hucker and co-sponsored by Rice and myself. And it was introduced March 6, 2018. So that's what's before you. And Mr. Drummer, if you want to go through the language that you've developed, and we'll have discussion.
Sure. The First Amendment is to add a new factor for the Chief Administrative Officer.
Circle 43?
Yes, Circle 43 in the packet, and it's the new language is in paragraph 6. The potential adverse effect of a labor peace provision on competition for the contract. And the explanation for that is that adding a labor peace agreement requirement, although it's optional, if you do it, although it's optional for the CAO, that if the CAO does it, it becomes mandatory, and it could potentially have an adverse effect on those contractors who do not currently have a labor organization representing their employees, and that could, if they choose not to bid, would reduce competition for the contract. That's the First Amendment that Mr. Leventhal asked for last week. I don't know if you want to discuss that one before I go on to the next one. Or
sure. Why don't we take them in turn? Does that sound appropriate? As the sponsor, Mr. Leventhal?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I appreciated that colleagues, the last time we talked about this, were amenable to these, and they provide important clarity. I'm speaking both to am I speaking only to item 1 now,
Why don't
Mr.
we
President?
speak to the amendments one at a
Right,
time, and then
fine.
we could potentially move them together, I think, but.
Yeah, very good. The question of whether competition ought to be considered was raised by Mr. Drummer. I asked about it, and he said, oh, there probably ought to be language to that effect. And colleagues were amenable to it. It was seconded, and it's properly before the council at this time.
All right, so let's have a vote on this amendment, and we'll turn to the full bill after the amendments. Without objection. Is there objection? Without objection. All right, very good.
Okay. On the second one, I would just note that in the letter, which I'm looking at, I looked at already, but I'm looking at again, that we received yesterday from the Procurement Director, Ms. Branson, and the Environmental Protection Director, Ms. Bubar, they suggested that a change would be necessary. I'm reading from their memo yesterday, enforcement of the wage requirement law. Without additional changes, there would be no way to compel an employer to comply with a wage higher than the what they describe as the wage requirements law already in place, which allows auditing to make sure that a living wage is complied with. This second amendment, it seems to me, directly answers the point raised, that point raised in the memo from Ms. Branson and Ms. Bubar.
Very good. Without objection. Okay. And the final.
Okay, so I will now, this has not already been moved and seconded, but I will move and second. I would note.
You move it.
I can't second. I will ask for a second. If only we could move and second our own motions.
Save a lot of time.
You know.
Wondering why we finally adopted that provision after 16 years.
I'm going to go back and read Robert's Rules of Order in my last few weeks here. The last few weeks here on the dais. Let me just say that the effect of the bill as reported by committee would provide for a guaranteed wage increase only for those bargaining units that had agreed to put in place a labor peace agreement. And it seems to me that this is a well-meaning bill. It seems to me that this is a bill that is intended to respond to very real concerns affecting a very vulnerable element and a very necessary element of our workforce. A fundamental responsibility of local government, it doesn't get any more basic than this, it is what people expect, is to pick up the trash on a regular basis. Used to be everybody got 2 collections a week, now most people get 1 collection a week. Boy, does that collection matter. All of us know that if you have even 1 day of trash on the street, your neighbors complain, it's unsightly, there's problems with vermin, there's problems with odor, the animals can get into it, they can scatter it all over your lawn. We need these men and women, I don't know how many women there are in the workforce, it'd be interesting to know, to be treated fairly and humanely, and I think that that's an appropriate role for this council. And on balance, I think that this bill is a good effort to address that. I don't love everything in this bill, but the effort is, I think, made in good faith. But I would point out that the practice has been in county government that when McGeo, a lot of whose members are represented here today, negotiates a general wage increase, that the benefits of that general wage increase extend to all county employees, not only those county government employees, not only those who are represented by McGeo. And that is a principle that I think the labor organizations appreciate in county government, and this amendment would simply, consistent with the intent of the committee and the sponsors, make sure that this special and vulnerable sector of our workforce can count on a reasonable increment every year, and that to the extent such an increment is negotiated, that the benefits of that negotiation would accrue to all employees. So this is an effort to be, fair and reasonable, understanding that trash hauling is, by its very nature, dirty and dangerous work. It's hard physical labor. And I can't think of a sector of the workforce that it is more crucial that we provide fair and decent treatment to. And that's what this bill is intended to do. And I think that amendment extends the benefits to the entire workforce that we're seeking to help. And so I move it, and I ask for a second.
It's been moved and seconded by Mr. Hucker. And any discussion on this item? I think we can take that without objection. Very good. And now we will turn to the overall bill. Councilmember Florine.
Thank you. We got a letter, I guess it was yesterday, from Procurement Director Ms. Branson and Department of DEP Director Patty Bubar. I don't see Ms. Bubar, but Ms. Branson is here. I'd like to ask her some questions, if I may. If you could come on down.
I believe there's also a representative from DEP here.
Great.
Although Ms.
Thank you.
Bubar couldn't make it.
Sure, I appreciate that. Well, thank you for weighing in. It's very helpful to have these observations. I'm not against anyone getting a decent wage. I am concerned, though, about the implications of this for how it would be operated. And Ms. Branson, in your view, is this bill necessary?
Yeah, whether it's necessary is a policy question for the council.
I know, it's our decision, but from your perspective, you would be the one managing this relationship.
Well, the procurement director would be the one.
Indeed, such a person would be doing that.
Yes. We pointed out in the memo that there are many things accomplished that this bill seeks to accomplish that are also parallel the previous bill, 4315.
And that's the bill we enacted when we'd had strikes.
In 2016, I believe.
Right, and so that was in direct response to a situation that was very unfortunate and did indeed disrupt residents' experiences. I mean, that was the response to that, to tighten up the rules and the expectations and to achieve some credibility in the system and to make sure that the county was fully managing its relationships on behalf of our residents. So can you take us through your comments that you submitted to us yesterday? Just explain a little bit more, because it's to make clear what the existing rules require already, and how this affects that.
Yeah, thank you. The first comment. And I'd like to also say this is Willie Weiner from the Department of Environmental Protection.
Sure.
So
and so if you'd like to weigh in too, Mr. Weiner, on any of these points, be helpful for us and the public to understand.
So the first section expresses that the wage requirements law is currently applicable to trash haulers.
So these contracts are already subject to these kinds of rules?
Unless Bill 4315, when it was enacted, essentially said that trash haulers and recyclers have to pay at least the living wage, popularly known as the living wage, unless a collective bargaining agreement in effect mandates a lower wage. That was the first issue. The second issue is enforcement of the wage requirement law. At this point, the wage requirement law allows the procurement director to enforce the wage requirement law. And the wage requirement law sets certain standards as well as the wage rate. I'm allowed to enforce that. If it's something above if the rate is above the rate dictated by the wage requirement law, I can't do anything to enforce that.
Now, it was just suggested that this legislation cures that problem. I don't know if you've had a chance to take a look at that amendment.
I have, and I don't see how it enables me to do that. But I'm happy to reflect on it and study it further and figure it out. The concern I have is that I can always enforce what is in a contract.
Right.
And so if the wage as set forth, which is higher than the wage requirement law, is if the contract is then amended to reflect that, then I can enforce the contract. But clearly I'm not enforcing the wage requirement law. I'm enforcing a contract provision at that point.
Okay. So that remains to be seen.
Well, I think you can, the extent the procurement director can enforce a contract provision.
Right.
And that's just pretty clear. The issue may be actually getting that amended. But yeah, I'm sure that, you know, if it is understood by the vendors that the increase will actually be paid forward by the county, then there shouldn't be a problem achieving that kind of an amendment. And so, yes, I could enforce that. The next part of the memo discusses the history of labor, the interaction of labor peace agreements and collective bargaining agreements, the purpose of that section is to be clear that we've never had a labor peace agreement, but we do have plenty of collective bargaining agreements in the county, and no strikes have occurred in a sector other than the trash haulers when it comes to county contracts. And the final, or actually the last two sections of the memo discuss likely effects on competition. The concern is that it will diminish the vendors who seek to attain county contracts, who seek to compete for them. I believe we point out that in our last round, which was very recent, we only had 3 bidders. And only one of those bidders had a CBA. This hopefully will not diminish the number of bidders we have, but this is a shrinking industry, and it's an industry that suffers from other kinds of pressures. So I guess it remains to be seen whether this will have a lasting effect. I think part of the concern is not just about competitiveness for the county's sake, but also the ability of the county to have a number of different vendors serving a number of different areas. If we only end up with 2 or 3 vendors, or 2 vendors, say, serving the entire county, then we end up with a situation that could potentially mean, you know, if one vendor goes out of business, we're in trouble. And so, you know, it could have, the lack of competition could have an effect on the ability to deliver the service. Hopefully, that would not occur. We recently meaning the last 2 years, did terminate a contract of a vendor that was in trash hauling, and we had to really cobble together a number of different vendors, and including the city of Rockville, to help collect the trash. This is, you know, so it's no small thing when you think about, you know, who's out there, what will we have to pay them, and what effect that will have on the county's ability to deliver this vital service.
In your estimate, I know you're in, a lot of the haulers work for all the municipalities as well, separate contracts. So there's just so much
there's a lot of
service that
trash
can be possible. Yes, our people generate a fair amount. So is it your view that under any scenario, though, the price is going to go up?
I don't have a crystal ball, but I think it's likely that the prices will go up, frankly, regardless of whether this bill is placed into effect. This is sort of the nature of this industry. The question, and you know, I think we've included earlier a chart expressing how the prices had gone up in the last 7 or 8 years. So that seems to be the trajectory. And it's always a question of how much and not whether.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, and I really do appreciate you all taking the, making the extra effort to supplement the record on this. So thank you very much. Look, I know this bill has the votes, but I don't think it's responsible, and I don't think it's necessary. These are the sorts of things that are negotiated. The system provides for it. It's already in place. We've already passed a bill in response to strike that we experienced previously that was intended to achieve this same, and I'm sure I voted for that back then. The issue is, why are we doing this now? I think the bases are covered there. I think our Department of Procurement and Departments of DEP worry about all these issues on our behalf. But at the end of the day, you're just building in additional costs and eliminating the opportunity for competition. And it doesn't necessarily get our residents any better service. It just builds in an additional cost. And the potential for competition to be further limited, I think is troubling. If these standards become unachievable, our residents are really going to be hurt. And certainly their bills are going to go up, and if we can provide that service, or else it will have to go elsewhere. And I don't think that's anybody's intention here, but I think the future on this is very cloudy. And as I mentioned, I don't see the need for it. We have the ability to negotiate these things already.
Thank you, Councilmember Florine. Mr. Leventhal, do you still wish to?
Yeah, I wanted to elaborate on some of those points. I think that was an important dialogue with Ms. Branson, but we do have the capability to audit these contracts, and it seems to me that if the law requires that we take a look at documentation to show that a guaranteed cost adjustment was passed through to the workers, that is fairly easy to do through standard accounting. And I would anticipate that the county government would ascertain that if there's going to be a guaranteed cost escalator each year, that there is documentation that it was paid through to the workers. We had a similar issue in the HHS committee regarding wages paid to direct service workers for people with developmental disabilities. And that department, the HHS department, has been getting that sort of documentation for a long time now. So I'm confident that with the amendment that the council has already agreed to, that there will be the capability to ensure that the wages are passed through. And with the other amendment that the council has already agreed to, your very important point about competition must be addressed by the procurement director in the procurement director's review of whether a labor peace agreement is in the county's best interest. I think it is important for council members who will be serving in the future, and any council member who may be serving as executive in the future, to know that these issues are not going away. They're not a function of who's holding any particular job at any particular time. There will always be a tension between, tension, T-E-N-S-I-O-N, between making sure that workers are as fairly and decently treated as possible and holding down the cost of a contract. By the very definition of the nature of these payment agreements, if you pay the workers more, the contract's going to cost more. That's a fact. These issues won't go away, and cost containment and striving for value from every contract we issue is not going away, no matter who's in office or no matter who's in charge. So it is important, and I think this bill does provide the appropriate, if you're going to move in this direction, which the council clearly was before I offered any amendments, whether I voted for this bill or not. You know, this bill was going to pass. It came out of committee session with the number of co-sponsors, everything else. So I do think that the language that the council has agreed to improves the ability of county government in future to address precisely the issues that Ms. Branson and Ms. Bubar included in their memo. I really think there's a very close coherence between the amendments just passed and the concerns that you raised about a bill that did not contain those amendments. And so having said that, I think that there's more good in this bill than bad. But I do hope that future procurement director or this procurement director or whoever will carefully evaluate all of the aspects of this vitally important service delivery area that is mentioned in your letter and that you mentioned now, that drivers are going to be harder to find, that fewer companies may be bidding on this work, that the capital investment necessary to do this work of necessity limits the number of companies that are going to bid on it. I mean, you go, it's not a random thing that you buy a bunch of trash trucks and have a huge lot to keep them in. That's a major expenditure. So by its very nature, there's a fairly limited pool of vendors, and some of them will have an organized workforce and some will not. None of those things change as a result of this bill. So these are valid issues. I think adding the question of competition will provide the future procurement director with appropriate guidance to weigh all of these issues that you raise. And so, so on balance, I think this bill is a little better than it was, and I do think it's a good faith effort to address a real need. And we do, every time I see guys, and I'm sorry to keep using gender references, but I don't know if I've seen women in this line of work. Perhaps someday we'll see them. Driving maybe. Mr. Hucker made a driving motion. Anyway, it's dirty and dangerous work, and I think this is a good faith effort to address it. And this bill was going to pass before I offered my amendments, and so I've sought to make it better and more responsive to the very valid concerns that I think have been raised about it, and I will vote for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Leventhal. Ms. Navarro.
I'm not going to belabor this point because, as a very famous Montgomery County elected official once said, Ike Leggett, when you know you have the votes, you just don't talk anymore. But I will say that this conversation continues to be interesting because it's not as if this was not discussed over and over again in committee. One of the main drivers in conversation was this notion of, how much would it cost to actually bring that work into Montgomery County government versus having it contracted out. And so if we're going to talk about fiscal sustainability, there is that question. So, you can kind of look at this from whatever angle. The bottom line is that this is an essential service. These are contractors. These are employees that are not paid that much, and they're doing dangerous work, actually. And so this is a way to provide some type of appropriate compensation and then not burden those contractors that operate on a very, very, tight margin. And so we've had this conversation for a very long time. And I appreciate Councilmember Leventhal's amendments. I will say that we discussed this as well in the way that the bill was written. We agreed with Mr. Drummer pretty much was able to take care of one of the main points, which was this notion of how do you make sure that the employees are able to receive the increase. I mean, that was the main point, and we discussed this also with the displaced worker bill. I appreciate any time we can further clarify something, but my understanding was that the way that the bill was written already guaranteed that, even though, of course, the procurement department, et cetera, would have to be in charge of enforcement. So I do appreciate the work that has been, put into this. At some point, we have to balance what our constituents expect with the dignity of what our employees of contractors are also able to have as they, provide this very important type of service. Again, it's not very easy. It is, I think, appropriate to say, these are folks who, low-income immigrant folks, et cetera, who do extraordinary work. And so we should try to align our values while understanding that fiscally it's also the right thing to do because it would cost us more to bring it into Montgomery County government as direct employees with the number of benefits and everything else. So anyway, I will honor Executive Leggett's advice and pass it on to my colleagues, but I really thank everybody for their hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Mr. Hucker.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you, Chairwoman Navarro, for all your hard work on this bill and getting it to this point. You're right, it was thoroughly debated in 2 work sessions and full council now a couple times. So I think it's a very good bill worthy of support. The question has been asked why we need this bill, and to me the answer, because I think we've heard some confusing information on both sides. There was a very disruptive trash strike. It affected many areas of the county, certainly Silver Spring and Bethesda. It lasted for weeks, and nothing we've done on this council since I've been here has done anything to minimize the risk of that happening again. It could happen tomorrow. On the cost, as has been stated and is in the packet, has gone up significantly in the last few years without this bill. Nothing has happened to restrain the cost. This bill will not be another driver in that direction toward cost escalation, because it may not even be used. It's entirely enabling discretionary on the part of the future Director of Procurement. And remember, these are very modest cost increases in an industry that pays workers very minimally to begin with. This is aimed at people who get paid, who are hired by us essentially through a contractor to lift 70-pound cans of trash over their heads into a vehicle and then run from house to house. And when they're done running from house to house, they jump on the back of a moving truck, which we wouldn't allow under any other circumstances. It's difficult, it's exhausting, it's dangerous, and it's completely necessary for a high-functioning county. And our taxpayers expect reliable delivery of service, and we haven't done anything to guarantee that in the last few years. The bill, to that end, is narrow and it's targeted, and again, completely enabling. And therefore, I think it's time to vote on it. It also reminds me, I think it's very consistent of our policy in similar areas of service delivery. Many years ago, I had the great privilege of meeting many times with Council Member Leggett on the county's living wage bill, and Democratic Party Chair Leventhal, who at great risk, I'll always be grateful to, at great risk to his future political career, stuck his neck out in service of both low-income workers and reliable service delivery by supporting the living wage bill back then, even though the previous county executive was very strongly against it. And I think this is, while that was a broad bill that was a mandate on all the hundreds of our service contracts, this is a very narrow and targeted and enabling one. So I think it's completely consistent with our previous work in that area. So for all those reasons, I'm grateful to my colleagues for all their hard work on this and their support.
Thank you. Mr. Elrich.
So I'm also happy to support George's amendments. I think they're helpful. I think they're clarifying. I want to say a couple of things about this. First, as Tom said, your data shows the contract prices are going up anyway, and they've been going up without this. And
I believe I acknowledge that.
Yes.
That's the trajectory. Yes.
And I appreciate that. It does point out one of the problems that comes up when people talk about outsourcing. Because oftentimes people outsource because somebody comes in and says, I can do this for a whole bunch less. And you sell off your equipment, you dismantle your operations, and suddenly now you're stuck with whatever deal somebody offers you as you're going forward. And you're like, well, I can't afford to buy all those trash trucks again. I can't afford to set aside processing facilities. And then you become captive. And I agree with Nancy. At some point you have to look at what's the cost of outsourcing versus what's the cost of doing things in-house. And it's a legitimate question. I know when I was in Tacoma Park, we looked at this, and our conclusion was we were better off not outsourcing because we had no confidence that we wouldn't be caught in this trap in the long run. So I feel like, okay, we're in this trap in the long run. It is not right to revert to the only thing you can control and say it's okay to suppress labor prices in order to control future costs. No one's asking us to jawbone landlords about rent increases they might be imposing on people. No one's saying go to the vehicle dealers and jawbone them to lower the price of trash trucks or lower the price of fuel. The only thing left out there is workers, and it's like, well, if you don't do this, let's use the ability of employers not to give, and I'm not saying you said this, but use the ability of employers not to give increases as a way of controlling the wages of workers for a job which I dare say almost none of us would do. It is dirty, it is dangerous, it is tiring. They're out there whether it's raining, snowing, and blistering heat and freezing cold, and we're quibbling over what are pretty small wages and not much difference, particularly the folks who are working at the bottom of the wage scale who get a living wage increase, but there's not going to be much difference between the living wage increase and general contracts. I don't see the county being able to give up massive contract increases to our own employees, so there's not going to be any possibility of that getting passed on here. So I'm comfortable with this. I think George made it a lot clearer, and I think that he should have addressed most of the executive's concerns going forward. And I do think if I were a business thinking I'm bidding on a contract, knowing that if I do negotiate a labor agreement and I get to pass on the costs, is a heck of a lot better than saying, well, if I negotiate this agreement, I don't know if I'm going to get reimbursed for it. This actually should stabilize people's willingness to bid here, because they're not going to put themselves at risk by doing this. I think that's a plus in this bill. And for all those reasons, I actually think, you can't legislate only when you have a strike. You can't predict a strike. I mean, the idea that you'd only do something if you had a strike, we didn't know we were going to have those strikes. If we had been prescient, we would have passed this bill before we had those strikes. So you've got to deal with a world where that's an uncertainty. I think our residents would appreciate having that uncertainty removed from the thought about whether they're going to be dealing with the problem of no trash collection. But thank you, and I do appreciate the discussion back and forth, because I thought it was helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Elrich. And I think we'll move to a vote. My own thoughts before we do are, I think that residents want to know that the folks who pick up the trash and the recycling are being taken care of. When you take your trash out in the morning and you greet those workers at the curb because you're running late to get your cans out there, and you have that interaction, I don't think there's a person in this county who wants to know that, in fact, those workers are not being treated right. And unfortunately, I think the contracting model really can't ensure that. And a lot of those workers, I think, are not treated well, and we've seen that over the last few years, and we've had to intervene to support the workers on numerous occasions. And I really also question why this is not brought back in-house. And I know that would be expensive, but to me, if this is a core service that we always provide, I think we ought to provide it in-house. And having said that, no one is proposing that at this time. But I think a second best, I don't know if it's a second best, but in any event, something to address the underlying issues is this legislation. And so I think it will help. But, I recently actually was late getting my cans to the curb, and I ran after those guys, and I got them my cans, and I said, thank you so much. I know you work so hard. And I thought when I said it that he's probably thinking to himself, talk is cheap. I'd like to be paid fair. That's what I'd like. And I don't know what the circumstances of his contract, and it may be that, in that case, he feels satisfied. I'm in the city of Tacoma Park, and I'm not sure. But I think it's just a relevant example of what the interactions can be between these people who work so hard, and they break their bodies doing this job. And, they ought to be taken care of. So I'm proud to support this bill. And it is now before us. The amendments are before us. I don't think we need a motion for the underlying bill. So is this a roll call, or is this is a roll call vote?
Mr. Elrich?
Yes.
Mr. Elrich votes yes. Mr. Hucker?
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine? Ms. Florine votes no. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes, and that is 8-1. All right. Now we will turn to a resolution in District Council session, a resolution to approve amendments to the Office of Zoning and Administrative Hearings, Rules of Procedure, governing zoning, conditional uses, and Board of Appeals referral cases. This is just an introduction, so I think that takes care of it. All right. Thank you. Nice to see you. The work session and action is tentatively scheduled for October 30th on that item. And we will turn to a work session on the bicycle master plan. and the T&E committee has recommended approval with amendments. We're going to we may have some straw votes today, I think, Glenn. But the council is likely to act on November 27th, according to my notes.
Right. That's
Very
correct.
good. All right.
November 20th through 27th. We're not sure what the agenda is going to look like. Ms. Lamorzi has to let us know. But it'll be towards the end of November.
So, Mr. Orlin, we'll ask you to start and pass to the planning, or maybe Mr. Anderson or Ms. Dunn. Someone has to start.
Let me just make a couple of observations. When this was first presented to us, it met with great acclaim because our planners really did something quite extraordinary of taking a look at our county, of looking at the networks, of trying to figure out exactly where we can go and maximize the opportunity for biking in our community. And it really is arguably one of the finest efforts in the nation with respect to this. And so I want to tip my hat to Mr. Osbacher and Mr. Anderson. You guys did great work, and it really is quite extraordinary. It is ambitious, as it should be. We want an ambitious plan, and yet when it came to the committee, we had some serious conversations about just how ambitious it was, because the planners wanted us to commit to some timelines with respect to this that actually we weren't comfortable with in that manner, in part because it seemed to bind future councils to things that really were inappropriate. And so we kept the spirit of this, we refined it a bit to make sure that we are focusing first and foremost on the top priority items, and we have done that. And I believe, there are always going to be issues that arise in particular neighborhoods, and we have one that just came to our attention recently that Dr. Orland can speak to at the appropriate time, and that we may need to think about some more. But other than that, I feel like we have really, what you have before you is a good plan, a good master plan, that, like all of our master plans that we are reminded so many times, our master plans are built out over many, many years. So we've worked closely. DOT has worked very closely with our planners. I think we have pretty much unanimity with respect to this as a result of the work that's been done. With that, I'll turn it to Dr. Orlin.
I think Chairman Anderson wanted to give an overview first, if he could be allowed to do that.
Thank you. At the public hearing, I only had 3 minutes to outline why we think this is the best bike plan ever written, bar none. So I hope you'll just bear with me for a few minutes while I explain that in just a little bit more detail, hopefully without getting too bogged down in the details. Our goals here are not just to make bicycling a viable transportation option, although that's certainly important, but also to use bicycling infrastructure to improve the quality of place in all of our neighborhoods, not just for bicyclists, but even for people who will never get on a bike or never view bikes as a form of transportation. Both of those goals require a high-quality bicycle infrastructure that connects the places where people want to go and practically can go if they have the means to get there with the appropriate infrastructure that is protected and safe. Next slide. This table shows the median and related measurements of trip distance for automobiles, transit, school buses, walking, and biking. This is COG data from about 10 years ago. There's more recent data that's national, but it basically shows the same thing. What I want to highlight here is that about half of all car trips are 4 miles or less. So if you look at the 75th percentile trip for bicycles, you see it's about 4 miles or less. That shows that a 4 mile or less trip by bicycle is very realistic, and a 4 mile trip or less is often taken by car right now. So it's not that we need to move all the people who are currently driving around onto bicycles to get everywhere. It's that if we could take any material percentage of those trips that are 4 miles or less that are currently being made by a car and have them made by bike, that would make a serious dent in our transportation problem writ large. Next slide. This is another graph that shows the same idea. This is a decay curve that shows the likelihood of taking a trip by bicycle based on distance. And it shows the same thing, that if you have a short trip of 1 mile, 2 miles, and you're a reasonably fit adult, you could make that trip by bicycle, no problem. If you're Craig Rice's wife and you need to take your towels from your house in Germantown to your hair salon in Bethesda, probably not. That's when you call Craig, and he'll pick you up and throw the bike on the back of the car. That's right. The point here is that this plan is built around the idea of what are the realistic bike trips, not the idea that everybody should get on a bicycle for every trip. For every task, there's an appropriate tool. Sometimes a trip is too short. Like, for example, I live across the street from Park and Planning headquarters. It would take me longer to ride my bike across Georgia Avenue, lock up my bike, go upstairs than it would be to just walk across the street. So there, at a trip of maybe a quarter mile, half a mile, it actually doesn't make sense to ride a bicycle because that trip is too short. So what we're looking at is that sweet spot between, say, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile to 4 miles that we can really start to look at bikes as a practical transportation option. Next slide. This is sort of an ancillary point, but I think it's important that even if you live, say, at Shady Grove, or you live maybe in one of the residential neighborhoods around Wheaton or Silver Spring where you don't have, and you're commuting, say, 10, 15, even more miles to work, if you can use a bicycle to get to transit, you can actually make transit a much more practical mode of transportation. You could shave 10 minutes in each direction. The impact on your quality of life, I think especially in the Veers Mill Road corridor, for example, where you've got a lot of people who are dependent on transit, and currently they may have to walk 10 or 20 minutes, then they have to wait for a bus that'll be another 10 or 20 minutes to come, then they're going to take the bus to the metro, then they're going to take that metro downtown to DC or to some place in the down county where they have to get to work. If you can shave 20 minutes off their commute every day because they can take a quick bike ride instead of taking that bus ride, then you've really improved the quality of life and improved the usability of transit. Next slide. This is the slide that got me started thinking about this about 10 plus years ago. This is the original heat map that was developed by Alta Planning for DC and Arlington to decide where to put bike share stations. So what they did was they established a formula for trying to determine where are the places where you could get the most practical use of bicycles in the District of Columbia and Arlington. And what you notice about this map is the places that show up really hot, in addition to the core of DC around downtown and up that 16th Street corridor, there's a little bit of redness or orangeness out on the Orange Line corridor, which most people think of as being the most sort of urbanized, transit-oriented corridor in the entire DC region outside of DC. But what you see is Silver Spring and Bethesda show up as hotter than most of DC and all of Arlington. And that's really what first got me thinking about the idea that if we analyzed where are the locations in our county where biking is really plausible, not wishful thinking, but that there are trips that can be made readily by bicycle, we could really start to think about where are the cost-effective investments in bicycling. And we see that the suburbs actually have some locations that are bikeable in principle, but just don't have those connections yet. And in fact, we're in a better position to take advantage of that than most of the city. Next slide. That led Dave Ansbacher. I enlisted his help. This was before I was on the planning board, but the planning department really embraced this idea to develop our own sort of formula to try to assess this same question and look at the entire county and say, well, where are the places where there are destinations that are located close together that could be connected by bicycle? And this is what they came up with. So as you would expect, it's both ends of the red line, and particularly the areas that are close into DC and close to the core. That's where you have the combination of jobs density, housing density, other amenities like parks, libraries, other things people want to get to. So that became one of the pillars of this plan: is where can you focus the investments on the trips that make the most sense. Next slide. In the course of looking at this plan, we had a wave of bike and pedestrian fatalities. This is Frank Towers. He received a bicycle for Christmas and was on one of his first bike rides near his home, trying to cross the Matthew Henson Trail at Veers Mill Road. Less than a year later, Oscar Mauricio Gutierrez Osorio also was killed under similar circumstances. And I don't need to tell you about the wave of pedestrian fatalities that we've had in the Veers Mill corridor and the Upper Georgia Avenue corridor. I, as a father, as somebody whose son rides his bicycle to high school in D.C. every morning, I worry about him every single day. And I know that all of you, even those of you who don't ride bicycles, have young children. It's not just that we want to keep them safe, and we might keep them safe by telling them not to ride their bike or not to walk down the street. But I submit to you that in an affluent suburb like Montgomery County, it's simply not acceptable. It's a baseline expectation that we all ought to have for quality of life, that people ought to be able to walk and ride bicycles around their neighborhood, people of all ages. If we can't do that, then we've really failed in terms of delivering the kind of quality of neighborhood and quality of place that is going to make us economically vibrant and is going to support a quality of life for all of our residents. And I think about Frank Towers and the other people who have died unnecessarily all the time. And I hope that you'll think about that too, because this is too important. It's too easy to dismiss bicycling pedestrian infrastructure as being a luxury that we do only after we've accommodated all the other transportation infrastructure needs. These forms of infrastructure are fundamental to our quality of life, as well as being a potentially useful solution to some of our traffic problems. Next slide. These pictures were taken by our Veers Mill Road team, and you'll be seeing that plan next year. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of these. What you see on the left there is something we see all too often, that we have a bus stop on Veers Mill Road. There is no way to cross the street safely. The sidewalk has been overgrown by vegetation. In fact, I think in that particular segment, there may not be a sidewalk at all on Veers Mill Road. These are the kind of conditions I'm talking about when I say bicycling infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure. This bike plan is just one piece of it. You'll be seeing more of it in the Aspen Hill Vision Zero plan and the Veers Mill Road plan that you take up early next year. But these are steps that we should have taken decades ago to get our infrastructure up to a point that is minimally acceptable to support a high quality of life. Next slide. Again, telephone poles in the middle of the sidewalk, wide roads. This is the kind of thing that we're trying to address. Next slide. What we see is that not only can we improve safety, but we can make neighborhoods better places if we have good bike and pedestrian infrastructure. This is an example of how bicycling infrastructure can create an environment that's not just good for bicyclists, but pleasant for anybody who's out and about on the street. Next slide. Same idea. Next slide. And of course, I've often reemphasized the idea that our planning function is really an economic development function. I won't read this quote, but I think that increasingly landlords recognize that providing good bike and pedestrian facilities as well as access to transit is really important to marketing their properties and drawing the kinds of employers and employees that we want to sustain our tax base. Next slide. I think we're going backwards. Okay, so after that initial heat map, the next piece was to figure out where are the missing connections. So our staff spent hours and hours and hours analyzing every segment of roadway in the entire county. Think about how labor intensive that is to try to understand, thank you, where are the places where there are high stress points that block people from getting short distances on the bike network, and where are those places where there are low stress connections. And as you can imagine, many of the residential streets, even in the urbanized areas, are very low stress streets. But the problem is you have to cross these busy arterials like Georgia Avenue, Wisconsin Avenue, Connecticut Avenue, East-West Highway to get to and from. Next slide. So we put together this map. This is showing Silver Spring to Wheaton. You see those blue streets are all the places that are easy and pleasant to bike. The problem is none of them connect. So you can connect by Georgia Avenue, but that's a really hairy experience. You want to try to get on a bicycle. Very unpleasant, even if you are confident enough to try that. It's not a lot of fun. Next slide. Keep going. So we then looked at all the origins and destinations that are within that range we talked about earlier, those sort of 4-mile-ish or less sort of trips. And this is looking at the Wheaton CBD, where are all the destinations that you might plausibly want to reach within that trip distance. And you see it's hundreds, if not thousands, of trips from downtown Wheaton. Next slide. And so by looking at where are there high-stress barriers to connectivity and comparing that to where are the trips, that's how we prioritize where should there be investment in bicycling infrastructure. Next slide. And that's where you see is the greatest need is on that 270 corridor and close in around the district in the down county. Next slide. So the mileage identified in the plan, Mr. Berliner had alluded to the idea this is an ambitious plan. It is ambitious, it won't be cheap, but we have made every effort to be selective and to try to identify those places which may be expensive by the standards of bicycling infrastructure, but can get you good bang for the buck in terms of actually connecting people to real destinations that they want to use. So you see things like the Capitol Crescent Trail. Certainly, that would be extremely difficult to replicate if you did it today, but no one would deny that it connects a lot of people and it's heavily used, gets over 1 million users a year, and it's a very practical tool for getting around the down county. Next slide. This explains how we ordered this priority of tiers, and we can go into that if you'd like. Next slide. And this is the hierarchy of how we hope to achieve these. The first choice would be if you have a wider than necessary travel lane, you can take some space. You may be able to eliminate on-street parking in some cases, although we have language in the plan that we talked about at the T&E committee that is responsive to the need to analyze that carefully before you take away on-street parking that businesses rely on. Narrowing or eliminating the sidewalk buffer, narrowing the separated bike lane, narrowing the sidewalk, and as a last resort, and where the traffic analysis will support it, eliminating a travel lane. Next slide. The fundamental benefit, though, of getting people on bicycles and using transit and walking is about geometry and physics. You can't fit as many people in cars in the same right-of-way that you can fit on a bus, or you can fit on bicycles, or you can fit if they're walking. So to the extent that we can even take 2%, 3%, 4%, 5% of those short trips out of cars and get them onto bicycles or into another mode, that can actually make a pretty good impact on the overall problem of traffic and transportation capacity. Next slide. This illustrates how, a lot of people are skeptical, like, is there really any room? We already have so many demands on our right-of-way. Can you really make room? This is a good example. Upper left photograph is Norfolk Avenue in Bethesda today, and what you see immediately below that is a photoshopped bike lane. So you can see you can fit exactly the same amount of traffic capacity for cars in that space and add a bike lane tomorrow. Ideally, we would like to calm down Norfolk Avenue because it's not really supposed to be a major thoroughfare that's carrying a lot of through traffic. Really, this should be a calm, commercial, but very pedestrian and bicycling oriented street. And the ultimate condition we'd hope for is to be more like a Woonerf, where you have different kind of a treatment altogether, where cars are sort of mixing with the bicyclists and pedestrians. But even the short-term condition shows there's space available for that today. Next slide. The last point I want to make, and I wanted to talk about this more at the public hearing, so I'm glad we have a chance to take more time on it now, and that's equity. because I know the OLO report just came out, and Ms. Navarro in particular has emphasized the importance of all the county agencies looking at everything through the lens of equity. So I wanted to pause on that for a minute. Next slide. We analyzed every census tract in the county by income and compared that to how much connectivity they have now for these low-stress, short bike trips, and how much they would get with each phase of build-out. And what you see here is currently the bottom 10 census tracts in terms of income are only have access to 50%. Their access right now for these short, low-stress bike trips is only 50% as good as the more affluent areas of the county, and we think that's a problem. So what you see is if you were to invest in all the Tier 1 bikeways, you would improve that to the relative performance of those the lowest income census tracts to 65%. That's not going to solve the whole problem. It's not going to close the entire gap, but I think that's a pretty good step forward. And we can quantify exactly how much we can improve the relative accessibility by bicycle in those less affluent areas to the more affluent areas at each step of the plan. So we can talk more about that methodology if you'd like, and certainly we don't think it's perfect, but we think it's a big step forward in terms of quantifying the equity impact of our planning, and you're going to see that we've tried to do more of that. We're doing, certainly, that's behind our approach in Aspen Hill and Veers Mill, the Rismo Road Corridor in Germantown. And I think that anybody who has spent any time in along Piney Branch Road, for example, in Long Branch or University Boulevard, sees that there are people out using bicycles. They are using bicycles not because they think it's fun or because they want to cause less pollution. It's because this is how they get around. And we think that, with such a high percentage of people in some of those census tracts not having access to a car, not even having the option to drive, it's especially important that they get good bike and pedestrian connections that are safe and don't put them at risk and don't make their lives miserable, because this is what they rely on to live their lives. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions about any of this methodology, any other questions you have, or turn over to Dr. Orland.
Very good. That was a nice presentation. Thank you. I really liked that equity analysis you brought at the final slide there. I don't recall, I know we've talked about the issue, but I don't recall that in your earlier presentations, but that really puts a pin on it. So thank you. Glenn, why don't you add anything and then we'll have discussion.
Well, I thought I'd just go through the packet, so it might take a few minutes.
That sounds like anything to me. All right.
First of all, I want to point out you have on your desk the packet, but you also have some material that came in yesterday, one from Jack Cochran at Montgomery Bicycle Advocates, and one from Delegate Al Carr conveying the town of Kensington's comments. We'll get to those a little bit later when we talk about specific bikeways. The first part of this work session, I think we'll be talking about general issues. The first general issue, and Mr. Berliner referred to it, is the scope of the project in terms of cost. The estimate the DOT has put together is that to build the entire bikeway plan, including those that are already in the plan, not being added, is in the order of about $6.5 billion. And that doesn't include the cost of land acquisition. There's several of these bikeways would require land acquisition, and of course doesn't include inflation. This is all in today's dollars. And so there was a concern about the committee about that. And the way the committee basically asked that it be addressed is that we treat the plan as, some people like the word, some people don't, aspirational. We basically say in the plan, these are things that we all like to try to do. These are our goals. But in the end, probably what will happen is many of these will not be built, and many more of them won't be built to the same specifications as the plan shows. It shows what is the desire of the cross-section we'd like, but not necessarily the bikeway that we'll get at the end. Once we get through detailed design, we understand more of the impacts and what's possible. There was also some concern from the council, from the committee that I'd raised also, that the tiers, as Mr. Anderson mentioned, that there are 4 tiers that are presented in the plan, in terms of priority order, there's actually a 5th tier, which is everything else, which is not in the 4th tier. But the tiers actually had time dates associated with them. Try to achieve Tier 1 by 2024, Tier 2 by 2028, et cetera. And the committee agreed that was not a good idea. Keep the tiers, but don't put a date by them, because really this is not a CIP, it's a master plan, and we shouldn't be promising dates based on that. A third issue had to do with how we make sure that no matter what we do here, we meet all the requirements of the subdivision staging policy, that we don't build a bikeway which will cause any of the traffic tests to fail, whether it's the bike test, the pedestrian test, or the traffic test. And so what the committee asked was for Mr. Anderson and the staff to come back with text changes that would address all those issues, and they did that, and the committee agreed with what they came up with. They're on circles 39 through 43, and I won't go through them all in the interest of time, but they do address all these issues that the committee wanted. So that's the first thing. There was also issues that came up in the last work session. The committee met twice, by the way, on September 17th and October 1st, and in the last work session about on-street parking. Does there need to be more language in the plan having to do with when do you think about taking away on-street parking to provide the bikeway? And Mr. Hucker raised that point in particular. And there's language that again, Mr. Anderson and the staff came back with in the bottom of page 4 of your packet, which addresses that, and the committee agreed with that. It basically says that whenever you're looking at a situation where it's very tight, you first of all you decide, is there enough parking elsewhere that we don't need to have the parking here? Or is the parking activity so light that you don't need the parking there? But if not, then if we do need to keep the parking as much as possible because of businesses particularly, what can you do to change the design of the bikeway to make everything fit? And the goal is to try to get a bikeway through there, but again, it may not be the exact bikeway that's specified in the plan. Mr. Berliner raised the point, it's on top of page 5 now, about what happens with BRT, because particularly on 355 and maybe other areas as well, where there's BRT, there may not be room, at least initially, for both BRT and an additional bike lane or separated bike path or whatever, shared use path or separated bike lanes. And what this language basically says is that the initial implementation of BRT may preclude the bikeway that's in the plan for at least the immediate period, but the goal is over time, through redevelopment of the adjacent properties, that make sure there's enough right-of-way there to be able to put in the master plan bikeway. So all those changes were made by the committee. I should say all these things that I'm mentioning that were changes from the draft plan were unanimous, with the exception of one, which we'll get to later. All the rest were 3-0. And for the interest of time, there's a lot of things in here which were basically the committee agreed with the final draft, so I'm just going to really just skip over those. But they're in your packet. If there's something that you're interested in, we'll talk about it. The bottom of page 5, I pointed out that really master plans don't have outreach sections in them. That really is more background as to how the plan was developed. So the committee agreed that that should not be in the final plan. It could go into the appendix, but not in the plan itself. There's also, in terms of the individual bikeways, there were a series of relatively small changes the planning board and staff had come up with after they published the plan in May, which they transmitted to the committee, and the committee agreed with all of those. Then there's the issue about what about the bikeways that are in the CIP already? And there are about 9 of them, which were basically, in terms of the tiers, were all in tiers 2, 3, 4, or even 5. They weren't in tier 1. Yet the council said, we're going to build these things. And so it seemed to the committee that these should be part of tier 1 as well, because it's not just an idea, it's something that's actually already in the CIP. And so those are the ones listed on bottom page 6, and so the recommendation is all of those would go into tier 1. Furthermore, there's 5 other bikeways which are in the facility planning transportation program, again, a program that you adopted most recently last May, for projects that need to be developed, like the Bowie Mill Road Bikeway and MacArthur Boulevard between Falls Road and 495, the 5 that are listed on top of page 7. And those are a little further behind the ones that are already programmed for construction, the CIP, so the recommendation here was to put them into Tier 2. You might recall, it was a detail when you did the master plan of highways and transitways back in the summer. There was a section where the recommendation from the planning board was that certain rights-of-way needed to be widened on these roads to accommodate bike lanes or bikeways that were proposed in the bikeway plan. At that time, the council said, that's premature, we have to do the bikeway plan first. So now we're doing the bikeway plan, and the recommendation is to put essentially that section that the planning board wanted to add to the master plan of highways and transitways to put it into this plan, so effectively ends up in the same place. But now you've looked at the entire plan and you thought they're okay. Then getting into individual bike lanes, bikeways, this is where I want to jump off the packet for a little bit. You do have the memo from the town of Kensington. They have, they recognize that they haven't really focused on this plan as early as they should have, and particularly having to do with Knowles Avenue between Summit Avenue on the west side of Connecticut and Armory Avenue on the east side. There's some development happening in that area. They're concerned about what the exact cross-section should look like for a bikeway there. And so they want to talk about it some more. I talked to the mayor, Mayor Furman, just a few minutes before the session. She says they're going to take this up at their November 5th meeting. So I think, if it's all right with you, we leave that alone in terms of an issue, and when we come back for the approval of the final resolution, which will either be on the 20th or the 27th, that we take that issue up, and we'll have by then a letter from the town saying what their recommendation is. They also have some issues about Summit Avenue between Howard Avenue and Knowles.
That sounds fine. Can we just, David, can you please be sure to engage with the town of Kensington? It would be nice if or whoever, but I think, David, you'd be the appropriate person.
Sure.
It'd be nice for them to have a dialogue to.
There was also another thing in front of you was a memo from Jack Cochran from Montgomery Bicycle Advocates, and we also got a couple other letters on this in the last 24 hours, really, having to do with the Pepco Trail. And if you can turn to that, because that has the best graphic, really, that I can show you, it's this. The current plan shows the Pepco Trail eventually becoming a hard surface trail all the way down to Tuckerman Lane, but not in the section between Tuckerman Lane, Seven Locks Road, and Westlake Drive. You'll see on his packet he calls it the omitted trail. There are some environmental issues in there, some terrain issues, but in talking with the chairman about this and the staff, we felt like it was appropriate to include that. Our recommendation is to include that in the plan as well. It may very well be that it ends up being one of these aspirational sections of trail that can't be built, or maybe not built to the level that folks would like to see. But even those who are recommending that it be in the plan recognize that. So my recommendation is that we do include that section in the plan, and we actually put it in Tier 1 because the section just to the west of it, from Tuckerman to Falls Road, is also in Tier 1 in the plan. West of there, by the way, from Falls Road to Piney Meeting House is Tier 4, and Piney Meeting House all the way out to the end is Tier 5. So those would be many, many years. It'd be a soft surface trail. Gravel, not soft surface. We'll call it that.
Natural
surface. A soft surface,
If
natural surface.
If we
trail.
built that, your wife could ride her bicycle from Germantown to Bethesda.
But it would be a tandem bike. You'd have to do all the pedaling. Okay.
Maybe an e-bike, and you wouldn't have to pedal at all.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. I think that we can accept that without objection.
Okay. All right. We'll go through the rest of the items, and I'll want to get back briefly to Mr. Delegate Carr's letter and Mr. Cochran's letter. So back in the packet, we're on page 7, Fenton Street and Grove Street. The committee's recommendation is to concur well, I said I wasn't going to talk about this, things we concur with, but this was one I had a lot of attention.
1 second.
Concur with the final draft recommendation for both Fenton and Grove Streets, but noting that the separated bike lanes on Fenton Street are aspirational and may not be able to be fit once the detailed planning is done. DOT is working on that now, and it's been about a year or so on it. I'm pointing over here, but Chris is there, and he can talk about it if you like, but it's again, it's a goal to try to get bike lanes on Fenton Street.
All right. Before we have the Fenton Street discussion, such as we may have, there's a lot of items, and I think we should probably take them up as we come to them. And a few council members had lights on already, so if you had questions that are general, you could talk now, or you could wait toward the end. We're going to go through specific issues in the rest of this packet as well, and people can speak to specific issues as we get to them. So I'll start with Councilmember Rice.
So one of the things, and I do have one for specific when we get to it on the bottom of page 9, but did just want to ask a very generic question that relates to the overall support marketing of having constituents bike, and that is that the majority of companies don't have facilities that encourage them to bike, i.e. showers, things of that nature. So especially for longer trips. For ones, Casey, like you were mentioning, you know, if you're going a half a mile, even a mile, it's not that big of a deal. But it is one from an equity perspective that I do, again, and you've mentioned my wife a couple of times, so I'm going to bring that up because it does correspond to our communities of color. And there, a person is not likely to get sweaty. It does different things to their hair and makes it harder for them to be in a professional environment and then to actually show up for work and be ready to go. And so having facilities that are there to enable them to take on this rigorous 3-4 mile trip, which means sweating, all those kinds of things, then get ready and dressed for their professional environment. So has there been conversations about encouraging businesses to make sure that they're there, and what kinds of ways, you know, much as we do with telework and, you know, empowering companies to do that, doing the same sorts of thing with them, because that does truly address some of the equity issues that you've talked about. Yeah, and in the zoning rewrite a couple of years ago, we included some provisions that include requirements not only for secure bike parking. I think we even have something goes to showers in there. Am I right about that? Pam is looking it up, but yes, and we were very attentive to that at the time the zoning rewrite was done, because we knew we probably couldn't do that as part of the bike plan. I'd also just observed that if you tour some of the new projects that get built, they're both office buildings and residential. Developers are delivering these because they know that's a basic expectation now. Certainly if you're in an older building, you might not have a shower, but I think what you see is if there's a building that's built in 2018, it's going to have not only bike parking, but showers or changing areas.
Good. Mr. Hucker.
Thank you, Council President. As I said during the committee, well done. Casey and David and everybody involved, I know it was an awful lot of work. Just a couple quick housekeeping things, if you don't mind. I can send over something on fancy letterhead like Delegate Carr, but since you're here. I wanted to ask if you would look into a bike connection between the dead end of Royal Road and the former Labor College, now ATU, site in Hillendale that I think would improve connectivity in that area, which is under redevelopment, and access to future and existing development in the Cresthaven neighborhood. And also if you would consider a neighborhood bikeway on-street signed Sharrows route between Powder Mill Road and the FDA gate at the end of Green Acres Drive through the Hillendale neighborhood. You got all that. You know what's happening in that area, and it could definitely use your attention to not just the current needs, but the future ones.
I think we can look at that and deal with it in the same way as the Kensington issues to be ready for the final vote.
I was hoping you'd say that. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Navarro.
Go on.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, Councilmember Navarro has a question. Anyway, Councilmember Rice, that was a very, very important observation, and I can't wait for us to really get working on this equity policy next year, because it's so real. There are so many important things to consider that affect, especially communities of color and young professionals, et cetera, in terms of perception issues, the expectation that you have to present yourself very professionally. So if you're coming in and you've been sweating the whole entire time trying to get out to work, there are a lot of implications that I think are so important that we, discuss. But there will be a lot of very deliberative work that will take place next year for us to really kind of narrow down some of these things. But anyway, so just a quick question. So on page 6, I know that there were a number of proposals here of particular, bikeways that were on different tiers that were then proposed for tier 1. And then on page 7, there were others as well who were in different tiers and then were proposed for tier 2. But there's some on both tables that were, on the same tier. So for example, let's just say 7 Locks Road was tier 3 in the final draft, but that was included for tier 1. Page 7, only Sandy Spring Road was also tier 3, but that is proposed to be on tier 2. So does that have to do with where they are in the CIP, and
Yes.
why was it that in the final draft they were in the same tier? What was the criteria then for them to be on the same tier in the final draft? Because doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, well, Casey and Dave can talk about why it was in the final draft, but generally speaking, tier 1 in the final draft are the bikeways in the bicycle pedestrian priority areas, the larger bicycle pedestrian priority areas, literally Bethesda, Silver Spring, Wheaton, White Flint,
Right.
Life Science Center area, and Viva White Oak.
Right.
Tier 2, primarily, almost overwhelmingly, were all the other bicycle pedestrian priority areas. And then tier 3 began to fill out the network elsewhere. The rationale, as I mentioned, for the table on the bottom of page 6, these are all projects that are in the CIP now, funded for construction. And it felt like that since the council essentially committed to these projects, eventually the executive keeps wanting to delay them. The council has either delayed them or not, but they've lagged. Some of these have lagged for many years, but nevertheless, they're commitments that they ought to be in the top tier. The ones at the top of page 7 are in the CIP, but for facility planning. They're further behind. They haven't yet been developed as projects. They haven't been funded for construction yet. And so it seemed like they were a step behind the ones, the table on page 6. So that's why the committee went with tier 2 for those.
Okay. And then the next question, I guess, had something to do with the brief conversation regarding the Pepco Trail and then the reference made to the ICC. And I don't know, was this something that was discussed at all in the committee regarding the ICC trails and the lack of connectivity there? I mean, I just feel like maybe that's something we also need to address in some way, since they've already been, created, except that I'm still trying to figure out, like, how do I get on it? If anybody has any ideas where I can figure that out.
It's funny you mention this, because I might never apply to be on the planning board if I weren't so angry about that ICC project. I was just like, I came to test. That's the first time I ever testified at the planning board, and I'm never gonna be okay with it. But
is there anything that we can do at this point to somehow, further that connectivity in some way? Again, since it's already, and when you talk about equity, I mean, there are, it's really in an area of the county where we really want to also promote. Bicycling, et cetera. But again, it's just.
Yeah, I would just say I noticed the other day that DOT has a project I think on Emory Lane, to actually fill in one of those gaps. We're working on some natural surface trails, like with the North Branch, to try to provide some more connectivity. We have another natural surface trail connection, which is in the vicinity. I'm not sure we're going to be able to quite connect to that trail, but at least you'll be able to get around in the Upper Paint Branch area. So,
if you can just share with me some of that, because again, I know
Yeah.
it's something that comes up a lot.
Honestly, I would love to see that happen, and I'm never going to forget about it. But on this plan, we had to sort of use the methodology as far as how many people get connected with what infrastructure. What you just heard from Glenn, I think, reflects the fact that there's also a recognition that there's certain projects that are sort of hanging out there, or yet, you know, there's a missing
Sure.
piece yet to.
Sure. It's just that we already have that built, you know. So
I
anyway.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
All right.
I hear you 100%, and we'll keep working on that.
Great, thank you.
All right. Now returning back to Fenton Street, Grove Street. I am concerned about the language here. I don't see why we specify that Fenton Street is aspirational. The whole plan has aspirational elements, and Fenton Street is actually on the verge of going into engineering.
Can I jump in on this
Please.
just real quickly?
Go ahead. Throw me a lifeline here.
I keep saying, please, everybody strike the word aspirational from any reference, because this should not be different from any other master plan.
Right.
Now, I think it's fine to say that if it isn't in the master plan, it's not getting built. That doesn't mean everything in the master plan gets built. Just like there's a lot of things in the master plan of highways that are probably never going to get built. Okay, nobody's writing the word aspirational in the master plan of highways because everybody recognizes any master plan lays out a vision, a set of ideas. We hope to realize as many of those as possible, but to use the word aspirational suggests that this is like not a quote-unquote real master plan. I would suggest if you want to get across the idea that we're not guaranteeing it, it's fine to say that some of these things will have to yield to other considerations like the SSP, like the need to analyze parking, et cetera. But using the word, oh, don't worry, it's just aspirational, suggests that we don't really mean it in a way that we would never do if we were talking about roads or transit infrastructure or other master plans. So I'm pleading
I agree.
with
I think
you.
using the word aspirational is the first step back from committing to fully implement the plan.
Exactly. So again, there's other ways to recognize that none of this is guaranteed, just like none of the roads in the master plan of highways are guaranteed. But if we could just find another way to state that, it would really.
And if we put aspirational in the transportation side of a master plan, people would be pretty upset.
It sounds like, well, if we feel like it, yeah.
So, you know, what's that? Ambitious is a general good word to use whenever possible. But, you know, again, I don't know that we need any particular language here for Fenton and Grove. I mean, it's under review. There's a plan that's under review. We don't need to editorialize about that. We'll just
And there's other things in the plan that talk about the limitations that have to be considered, yeah.
We could say keep hope alive. I'm not sure how to interpret that one exactly, but okay.
I suppose what I should have done here is, I mean, the intent wasn't to do that. I should have not bolded the noting that Fenton Street separated bike lanes are aspirational. I should have just said that that's what they are. But nevertheless, that the plan wouldn't say aspirational. It would just say the plan calls for bike lanes.
I mean, if we could just have a period after Grove Streets, I think, and then continue the next sentence, DOT staff is in the midst.
Well, the rest of it's just my packet, so it's not anything you'd be approving anyway. So.
Well, I know, but it's part of the record.
Right.
And
okay,
it's important. So.
Cedar Lane, Summit Avenue. This is the only one where there's a split vote. The committee's recommendation is that Mr. Berliner and Mr. Hucker concur with designating a side path for Summit Avenue. This is from Beach Drive up to the point where Summit Avenue becomes, Summit Avenue from Knowles down to the point where it becomes Cedar, and then on Cedar Lane it would be separated bike lanes from that point south. Ms. Florine was concerned about the fact you'd be losing at least one side of parking in that area, and she thought that was a really bad impact, so she felt that she couldn't support a bikeway here.
Wait, so this is Cedar Lane and Summit Avenue. Is this related to the letter from the town, or is this a different segment?
No, this is south of here. This is from essentially the section between Knowles Avenue.
I remember this now. Okay.
And Beach Drive.
Okay. Any comments? All right. Well, just keep going unless council members put a light on. We know.
Okay. Dale Drive, there was a recommendation that Dale Drive, which doesn't have a bikeway along it now, nor is there one planned, that there be a side path put in the plan. The recommendation from the community was, or from one citizen who wrote in, was that it should be in Tier 1, but my recommendation was, and the committee agreed, that it should be in Tier 2. Again, it's not in a BPPA. Wilson Lane, we just concur with the final draft. Century Boulevard in Germantown, the recommendation here is that the...
sorry. No? Okay, please continue.
Is that there be the two-way separated bike lanes on the east side, which is part of a much longer breezeway. The plan calls for several breezeways, which are high-class bikeways, basically, across a major part of the region.
I'm sorry.
This is top of page 10.
Okay, can we, wait, let's finish this item, then I want to go back to Dale Drive. I'm still not clear on what's in the packet here, so.
Okay.
Continue.
So anyway, Century Boulevard, the proposal is, from the committee, is that there be a two-way separated bike lanes on the east side, part of the breezeway, but that the bike lanes on the west side be essentially the existing shared use path that's there. The planning board draft had actually recommended separated bike lanes on both sides.
Okay, I'm clear on, Craig has a question on this one, and I am clear on Dale Drive. No need to take that up further. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And so, Glenn, just a clarification. So, because I know that planning is currently working with Poplar Grove on this right now. So again, what I want to do is make sure that we're not putting something in the master plan that's different from the discussions that are going on between the developer and with planning. So is this in line with where they've been at this point? I know that the shared use pathway that they had talked about, the 10-foot, that's being proposed by the folks who are looking at Poplar Grove. Is that what is now recommended as part of the master plan, or is it similar, or is it?
Yes and no.
Okay.
The answer is that what Poplar Grove is okay with is they're on the east side. They're on the east side of Century Boulevard in this section. They're okay with a shared use path, but not two-lane separated bike lanes. However, the planning staff and working with them are okay with, for the time being, a shared use path. But the plan basically would say ultimately, maybe years after that's built, that it be reconstructed with separated bike lanes on that side as part of a much longer breezeway.
So the specific language says that while we do this now, we want to do this in the future. Is basically how it's worded.
The plan won't acknowledge itself the 8-foot shared use path that the Poplar Grove wants.
10 foot. 10 foot.
10 foot,
right.
Sorry, 10 foot. Whenever you have the master plan, it says this is what you'd like, this is what you're going to eventually want to build. But that doesn't mean you can't build something smaller in the interim and then come back to it later. And that's basically what's happening here.
I just want to make sure, only because it's underway right now, I don't want us to impact that in a way in terms of what negotiations are for what currently is happening between.
Well, it's odd about this. I'm not sure if the planning board can, because isn't this an active subdivision case?
I mean, I can't talk to them because it's a filed application, but but the point here is this: it's similar to this aspirational idea. The plan is a ceiling. If it ain't in the plan, it ain't gonna get built. However, that doesn't mean everything in the plan will get built. We can still accept something that is short of what is the ultimate condition called for in the plan. That's fine. It's not the end of the world, but we want to shoot to get as close to that as possible. We're not going to hang up anybody's subdivision case over whether it's a path or the two-way bike lane on the street.
Okay. All right.
And it could be that in 10 or 20 years after it is reconstructed as shared use.
I do think that, and so let me just use this opportunity to say that, for my up-county region as a whole, and specifically when it comes to Germantown, because a lot of the other areas that I represent aren't as heavily populated as Germantown is, I do believe that at some point Germantown may be ripe for this sort of bicycle network that could link. We're still missing a lot of the major employers that will be there that are strategically placed throughout that would facilitate something like the dedicated bike lanes and reversible bike lanes in areas. I just don't think we're there yet. But I do believe, aspirationally, and certainly planning for the future, that it's something that could work for us. It's just we'd have to attract a few more employers. We'd have to change some of our roadway infrastructure. We continue to have problems with pedestrians and cars. We're very heavily car-centric, and so and that's because of all the things that I said before. So certainly now when people are looking at this, they see it and say, and there's angst that, well, wait a minute, we're not there and we're not ready for this. But I do believe that certainly, you know, when it comes to the Pepco Trail and other things that we're doing, we are laying the groundwork for a lot of this connectivity to start to happen, to where people can make these sort of options. We do have some of the bike lanes along Middlebrook and along Richter and others that are going to be able to ensure that folks do. But we're also going to have to work with DOT when it comes to engineering, because we're continuing to still have challenges just because of the sheer volume that we have, and we haven't had it engineered for that. Just putting bike lanes there is not going to ensure the safety of those bicyclists as well. And so we'll have to work together with DOT and especially with SHA to really make sure that while we're adding these types of new infrastructure in, that we're educating the public, but then also re-engineering our roads in such a way that really ensures the safety of those folks who decide to use that as a new method of movement throughout the region. So I think overall the plan for the Up-County is one that, again, is measured as it should be, but does have those aspirational elements that are there that certainly will help to facilitate us in the future getting there. So great work on your part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Glenn, I guess on page 2 you say that you don't, the plan does not address the bikeways within Rockville and Gaithersburg, because those municipalities are supposed to be doing their own, which Rockville actually has done a much better job, candidly, than Gaithersburg has on it. But as an example for this one, talking about Century Boulevard, you're talking about the Carter Cities Transit Way. And obviously the Carter Cities Transit Way someday perhaps is going to connect through Rockville and Gaithersburg. And so though it doesn't address it, there's got to be coordination. There has to be connectivity. How are we dealing with that?
Well, certainly that has to happen, and it usually happens between DOT and with public works departments in Gaithersburg and Rockville. If there's a bikeway which is, overlaps the municipal versus the non-municipal part of it. The reason why there's nothing in this plan about Rockville and Gaithersburg is obviously they have their own master plans.
I understand that.
And
right.
there's no, we'd be impinging on their authority if we try to do something there.
But I guess to my point, since this is a master plan, I mean, that to me there should be literally an overlay for those two communities, to those two municipalities, to say, look, this is where we want to put our bicycle pathways through. You need to come up and tell us where you're coming through so there can be some connection to it.
So David Ansbacher, the project manager. So there's been a lot of coordination with the two cities. I've met with the staffs. I've spoken with Rockville City Council. The city of Gaithersburg actually sent us a letter very early on in this process asking us to put some recommendations together for their future consideration as well. And that actually is included in this plan, though it's non-binding. I mean, they have their own planning authority. So there's been extensive coordination.
Okay. Thank you.
To that point, I recently met with presented on various county issues before the before the Gaithersburg City Council. And Councilmember Wu remarked on a meeting that had happened maybe a year or two ago to talk about those interstitial places where the county and the city's infrastructure is meeting, and the county could perhaps do better. I would like to encourage our planners to reconvene that conversation and find out, how to get back to it. It seemed like it was promising, but it didn't proceed. So just a note. Okay, please continue, Glenn.
Okay, again, I was only going to cover those things where there's a difference from the final draft. So on page 10, St. Elmo, Cherry Hill Road, Briggs Cheney Road, and the bikeway to Washington Grove were basically concurring with the final draft. Middle of page, top middle part of page 11, again, Jack Cochran earlier on had provided a whole set of comments which the planning staff responded to on circles 99 to 107, and in some cases they've agreed with Jack saying, in some cases not. The committee concurred with the planning staff's responses. So, and they're on again on circles 99 through 107. Whatever the planning staff at that point said was okay of what Jack was saying would be included in the plan according to the committee. Grosvenor Lane is concurring with the final draft. United Therapeutics is really not really an issue there that pertains to the plan. The final one in the packet, and I do a couple more things I have to come back to after this, but Tuckerman Lane near Grosvenor Metro Station, 5 squares, is recommending that the bikeway along the side of Tuckerman Lane that sweeps around the Grosvenor Metro Station should have the bike path, or the bikeway that's described in the Grosvenor Minor Master Plan Amendment, which was just approved last year, as opposed to what's in the bicycle plan, and the committee agreed with that. The only couple things I want to come back to are the remaining items in Delegate Carr's letter. If you go back to that, he has 4 bullets. The first one is the issue we're going to postpone till the action with waiting to hear from this town of Kensington. The second one has to do with, it's recommending a bikeable shoulder along eastbound Knowles Avenue between Beach Drive and Summit Avenue. The staff points out that typically the shoulders as the bikeway of choice in plans are usually only in rural areas where speeds are very high, and so their general recommendation is to keep it with the bike lanes. The concern there might be that eventually, if that's planned, it may be that it might require or may not require taking one of the sides of parking away, not both, but that's yet to be determined. So it's similar to many of the other bikeways in the plan where until we get the detailed design, really won't know what it is. He recommends that giving a higher priority to Kensington Parkway's bikeway between the south end of the town and basically the Beltway. However, again, as I pointed out, that's a Tier 3 right now. Tiers 1 and 2 are pretty much reserved for the bicycle pedestrian priority areas. This is not, so recommendation is not to do that. However, his 4th bullet is that the bikeway along Connecticut Avenue from Kensington Parkway to Chevy Chase Lake Drive, which is in the Chevy Chase Lake bicycle pedestrian priority area, should have a higher priority, and so that probably should be bumped up to Tier 2. And so that'd be my recommendation there. Again, the committee did not review this, so I don't know if there's concurrence with that or not.
Can you say that again? Just restate that.
That the section of Connecticut Avenue from Kensington Parkway to Chevy Chase Lake Drive that goes through the Chevy Chase Lake bicycle pedestrian priority area, right now it's a Tier 3 in the final draft. That would be bumped up to a Tier 2, which is consistent with other BPAs that are not the big ones,
right?
Like Bethesda, Silver Spring, Wheaton.
David, any reflection on that?
So Chevy Chase Lake master plan policy area, what I believe was designated as part of your approval of the master plan of highways. So that happened, what, 2 or 3 months ago. So it would be completely consistent to designate all the bikeways in the Chevy Chase Lake policy area as Tier 2. So Connecticut Avenue being one, but there's some others as well.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead with Glenn's recommendation to Connecticut Avenue.
Okay. All right, and that's basically it. I mean, the other comments that Mr. Cochran had in his letter are ones that we feel like we've addressed really already, and other changes that the planning staff and the chairman had brought forward, and the committee had agreed to. So, okay. I think with that,
I have a question or two myself. Thank you for the presentation. Can you talk a little bit about e-bikes and scooters, electric scooters, and they are revolutionizing transportation in urban centers. I hear that most of the dockless bike use is really shifting towards e-bikes. How does that fit with this master plan? And are scooters allowed in protected bike infrastructure? Is that a policy issue we've taken up, or we need to? I think e-bikes and scooters are probably the future of urban transportation, and they could be the future of suburban, not the only mode of transportation, but the future of this type of personal mode.
Sure. Chris Conklin from DOT. I can talk a little bit about what's going on in our arena with this. You may be aware that Capital Bike Share has introduced e-bikes into their system. We've had some of them deployed in Montgomery County. We As far as we're concerned, they follow the rules of bicycles and would use the bicycle infrastructure. I know Parks has been considering the use of e-bikes on the park system trails a little differently, but this infrastructure we think is very important to encouraging e-bikes as part of the mix of bicycles using bike infrastructure. The issues with scooters are a little bit less clear. It's not clear from our reading of motor vehicle code, or I'll just call it vehicle code, about how they're treated, whether they're sidewalk vehicles or whether they're in-road vehicles. I think in either case that will sort itself out as they become more established. The type of infrastructure called for in this plan, I think, is friendly to those types of mobility devices. Ultimately, we need some decisions made about whether they're in-road vehicles or on sidewalk vehicles. And you know, they are in some ways in conflict with motor vehicle traffic in that they're moving much slower than cars and the occupants aren't protected by steel as they are in a car, and they're also in conflict with pedestrians that they're moving much faster than pedestrians and require longer decision making. But this type of infrastructure, I think, ultimately is the right place for those vehicles, assuming they get some sort of legal status determined in the next couple of years.
Right.
David, I don't know if you want to talk more about your thinking about how they fit into the plan framework, but that's where we are in terms of how they're going to operate on the streets.
I would completely agree. I think there's clearly a lot of changes going on in bicycling and with scooters. There's a lot that we're learning. I think, you know, obviously we have a role to play in public safety, and where there's concerns, we have to address those concerns, but we're still learning a lot.
Terrific. Well, thank you for this work. I think we have a, should we do a straw vote on the whole master plan, Glenn? Was that your suggestion? Okay.
Yeah, straw vote on everything
On everything.
from the committee.
Very good. We've had a good discussion. This has been in the works for several years now. I really want to express appreciation to Casey and the planning board for taking this on, and DOT and everybody, for Glenn for helping work it through. This has been a fantastic step forward, and I am really excited about what this represents. I think the county is becoming known as much more bike friendly, and I think people are really feeling positive about the momentum here around biking issues, and this is definitely going to take us to the next level. So thank you very much. All right. Well, all those in favor, straw vote here, show your hands, and that is unanimous of those present. And I think that concludes this item for today. Thank you very much. And we have one more item before we break for lunch, and that is the council sitting as the Board of Health. We have an update from Dr. Travis Gales, County Health Officer, and this is our annual meeting with the Commission on Health.
I think it is now good afternoon. I had good morning with you before,
Right.
and good afternoon now. I understand that I am standing between you and lunch. I should have brought snacks, but in the interest of healthy snacks, of course. And so since we just had a presentation about bikes and transportation, I will not obey the speed limit and move through this really quickly and expeditiously so you can get on with
There is
your
no
day.
speed limit on a presentation, yeah.
All right, so this is, thank you for the opportunity to be with you all. I enjoy my time with you and want to provide an update from our previous conversation in July. Since then, I did have the opportunity to speak with the HHS subcommittee in mid-September, and so they have seen a good portion of this presentation, so they will serve as our resident experts today. And so the objectives for today's conversation, just to give you some update on our projects. Also, next slide. Also, some of the new approaches we're taking that are grounded within the data approach, as well as share with you, I mentioned briefly in that July presentation about some zip code analysis that we were doing to expand on the county health rankings, to break down the intra-county rankings in terms of how we perform by zip code. Next slide. Oh, here we go. As always, thank you to the team. Everyone is listed. I could not be here and present this data without the collective effort of everyone on our staff. Next slide. So program updates. As we mentioned before, the funding environment as it relates to public health is a little precarious right now. Particularly, we talked about tuberculosis in July. We have implemented some creative steps to address some of those personnel issues in working with our partners in the state. Secretary Robert Neal did visit the county in September when the governor had his cabinet meeting, and we had a long conversation to talk about all of the different components of health and human services overall, and particularly as it relates to public health, tuberculosis and sexual health. And we have provided the state with our data related to where we perform in TB and the need for extended funding. And so that conversation is ongoing. He appears to be a champion of that effort, as is Deputy Secretary Fran Phillips, who also is advocating on that behalf. In addition, since our meeting, we did see a significant cut to the cancer control programs. I included this knowing that we were having a conversation about breast cancer earlier this morning. Our grant for our collective cancer programs was cut by $267,000. We have use some creative strategies as well to address the workforce issue to make sure that we did not have to make any cuts to the services provided to county members. And for now, what we have done is we have integrated all of our cancer control programs into one streamlined program. And instead of having a tobacco control program, a women's cancer control program, and a cancer crusade program, we have a cancer control program that is aligned by clinical oversight and administrative oversight. We feel that that is a direction that we should do anyway, but one that will help address the funding shortfalls and allow us to not have to cut any services provided. And just looking overall, you can see some of the projects that we're working on. I think everyone has heard that we might have, attempted to address sexual health in the county through increasing access to condoms in the high schools. Thank you all for your advocacy on that. As of date, that program is moving along very smoothly. We do have provisions in all of the high schools across the county, and as we move forward, are looking to explore those best practices to figure out how to best do that. And in addition to that, we've been working with our partners in D.C., for example, to study their program, not only for just condoms, but also how they increase access to sexual health services, particularly screening and treatment for young folk. And it's important to highlight on the funding issue, there is a little bit of a difference between D.C. and Montgomery County. D.C. serves as the state agency, so they have access to an additional level of CDC funding that we don't here. Ours is filtered through the state, whereas they can get that directly. We are continuing our efforts in emphasizing maternal and infant health. Again, we were selected as one of the seventh recipients of the Babies Born Healthy grant from the state, which provides over $400,000 over a 5-year period. We have made the first hire in that program and are looking at other grant opportunities that will allow us to continue to explore how we can improve maternal and infant outcomes within the county. We have formalized the partnership with the University of Maryland School of Public Health and have had discussions with GW. And in terms of our data reports, we will be putting out an infectious disease report that builds on the status of health report that was released earlier this year that will highlight the sexual health data that we've already discussed, as well as highlight the increase in tuberculosis cases throughout the county. And that will be followed by a maternal and infant health report because we do want to emphasize where we stand in comparison to other jurisdictions as that issue continues to be discussed across the nation. Next slide. I wanted to highlight, again, remind you that we were a recipient of Robert Wood Johnson funding for the DASH Community Education and Empowerment Around Data. Councilmember Elrich attended the first session in September. The next session will actually be on this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. You are all welcome to attend, and the goal is to educate the community around how to use data for public health purposes. Next slide. So my staff laughs at me because I have given our data approach a name, but I've talked about data a lot in my time with you, and the purpose of our data approach is to build awareness of multiple factors that influence health in the county, provide us a reliable, sustainable source of local data and evidence to communities to help them identify opportunities to improve their health, both on an individual level as well as agency level. We hope the data will continue to engage and activate local leaders from many sectors in creating sustainable community change. And again, the goal is to use this data to empower individuals and community leaders to do the work that they do around health. And so as that relates, we have, it's called the D2P approach, the data-driven approach to data to prevention, promotion, policy, practice, and planning. The first one is prevention, and some examples of what we're doing around data with that is looking at our annual health report that highlights health outcomes overall by disease, that also highlights particular pockets of needs and disparities, because our goal is to utilize this data to target our interventions more specifically to address those concerns within those particular areas and groups. The next one is promotion. Examples of that are our Babies Born Healthy grant that we received from the state. The purpose is to target high-risk, high-need zip codes within the county that do meet need as it relates to disparities in maternal health and infant health secondary to pregnancies. We also look at this as an opportunity to explore our linkage and coordination of clinical service delivery efforts. For example, as Councilmember Florine highlighted this morning, our cancer screening programs are done in large part through the partnerships through Montgomery Cares and our local healthcare providers. Next P is policy. Looking at how we can use the data to inform policies related to grants, the types of grants we receive, as well as the type of grants that we go after. Looking at how the data can impact our service delivery, both from an internal mechanism, utilizing this as a quality improvement measure to make sure that the services we're delivering from the county are actually on par with our expectations, as well as holding those who do receive funds from us for services, holding them accountable to make sure that they meet our needs as well. Because again, the goal is when we come to you and highlight our programs or when we're having budget conversations, we want to emphasize and make sure that you understand that we are looking at the return on investment of our programs and are doing what we can to make sure that we spend the money that we receive wisely and that it's meeting and addressing the needs that we have. Next P is practice. So again, looking at quality improvement and performance improvement. And again, one example of that is their sexual health response. It's a comprehensive strategy that even though 99% of the attention has focused on condoms in school, there's a much broader agenda that looks at increasing access to screening and treatment, access to education and outreach in the community, as well as access to contraception. And so this is an example of how data drove the conversation in saying, hi, Montgomery County, we do have sex here, we do have increases in STIs, this is something that we need to pay attention to, and raising that awareness to help inform the conversations about the particular interventions that we need to address. The other hope is that by increasing the data about not only the amount of data that we have, but how it's presented, is that we will be able to convene a broader table of stakeholders to come together to address issues. So for example, when you have an issue like, and I won't get into it because I don't know all the specific details, but when talking about pedestrian safety and bike safety, if we can identify, geographically where those particular concerns are greatest, we can discuss what the root, or have an understanding of what the root causes are, and then be able to use that to inform who we need to bring to the table to actually design the policies or interventions to address the particular issue. And so the buzzword for that is health in all policies. You may have heard that before, but that is really the approach that we're taking within that. And the last P is planning, looking very strategically about the allocation of resources, not only from a budget perspective, but also from a staff development and workforce development perspective. And one example of that is our licensing and regulatory services component. They have, as you know, now oversee short-term rentals in the county. They also are responsible for enforcement of the Body Works legislation. And so as we continue to grow with the expectations of what they're supposed to do, we also have to make sure that we are wise and smart in terms of how we allocate staff and ask for staff in terms of fiscal impact. And again, we're looking at how the data can help us set our budget priorities so that when we do come ask for money, we can explain and show the return on investment of our programs and why we're asking for the particular things we are. And to that end, another example of that has come up. I am aware that, next slide, that you all received a letter related to Montgomery Cares eligibility and affordability, and I wanted to address that and use this actually as a good proxy of our data D2P approach. In summary, the Montgomery Cares program has historically been, and again this predates my time in the county, historically been a program for individuals who are not eligible for other forms of insurance. It's meant to protect those who are most vulnerable related to their insurance status, and that is what we have been emphasizing. And a concern was brought up in late spring by the clinics that said by saying that only individuals who are not eligible for other insurance plans, who are truly uninsured, are not able to be members of this, that would cause significant concerns about affordability. It was reported that there was a significant amount of individuals who were eligible for other forms of coverage, but had significant affordability concerns. And so what we asked the clinics in that time was to tell us who they are, to provide data so that we could have a deeper understanding of what demographic groups are hit by this, where are they in the county, what does this look like, how many people actually truly fall into this category, so that we could design something to actually address affordability. And when we received data from the clinics as well as the Primary Care Coalition, it was estimated that there were potentially, of the roughly 26,000 participants in Montgomery Cares, that there were potentially 6,600 clients who were utilizing Montgomery Care services who were eligible for Medicaid or qualified health plans. And there were 3 clinics that had greater than 20% of their clients eligible for other coverage services. In fact, one had greater than 50%. And so when we looked at that data, the red flag that jumped out was that there's some concerns about getting people linked to services. And so, yes, affordability is an issue, but a deeper question the data revealed was that how are we linking people to the services that they need? And so when we saw that data, our suggestion and proposed strategy has been to centralize eligibility services for the clinics. And by centralization of eligibility standards means that that would be handled entirely by DHHS staff and county staff to make sure that individuals had access to not only the complement of eligibility services within the county, but also linked closely to the connector services that included insurance navigators and so forth. This was a strategy that was first introduced back in 2010. And was a separate report by the John Snow Institute that was provided to DHHS and the Montgomery Cares program in 2014 that was specifically focused on and recommending centralization of services. And so that is what we have proposed to do. We do recognize that affordability is a significant issue for some. And the way to address that isn't to merely continue to allow them to be a part of Montgomery Cares, because what we've said is that in spite of this change, individuals still can utilize Montgomery Cares for up to 2 visits for needs during the time that we transition them and work to link them to other services. What was telling is and not to say that this entire number, we don't know exactly how many of the 6,600 are not choosing to join or link to other services because they can't afford it. We don't have that data. The data is not there to support that. But when you look at the total volume, that's 6,600 clients at an average of 2.6 visits per year with a reimbursement rate of $73, that's over $1.5 million. And so what we'd like to do is to come up with some other strategies that actually do address the heart of affordability, in addition to making sure that they get linked to services. We hope that by utilizing county staff to do that, we will have a better understanding and be able to track and follow these individuals to see how they are successfully linking to programs, what are the particular and specific obstacles that they're facing, in addition to coming up with other holistic strategies that look to address affordability, such as potentially coming up with community-based pharmacy pharmacy programs, and other ways to help support the clinics who participate in the program. One of the other issues, and I'll continue to move forward in the presentation because I wanted to show you the zip code analysis, is one of the other particular issues of note is the access to specialty care. I think that is a significant issue. We know that Medicaid and QHP plans are significantly better than Montgomery Cares because they do have significant access to specialty coverage. And so we want to spend some time within looking at how we can build a more robust model within Montgomery Cares to be able to increase support for that. So next slide. Shifting gears a little bit. The county health rankings, as you know, we have placed number one in the state over the last few years. And this schematic highlights the particular domains that the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation looks at when coming up with their particular health rankings. Next slide. Part of the issue is that there is sub-county variation when looking at the data. Particularly, most surveillance systems don't capture zip code specific data. And as a result of that, statisticians and researchers in Missouri and the state of Michigan created a new algorithm that used alternative data sources and zip code data to hone in on to give a more specific performance on a local level. And so, next slide. We utilize this measure, and I briefly talked to you a little bit about this back in July, to create or we didn't create it, but we borrowed their modified algorithm that breaks domains down between length of life, quality of life, health behaviors, clinical care, socioeconomic factors, and physical environment factors. And combining the quality of life measures with the health factors measures to come up with an overall health score. And so what you're about to see is how the county performs by zip codes, and I'll give you the overall maps as well as the top 5 and the bottom 5 for each of the particular measures. And of note, the modified algorithm has a strong correlation to the original Robert Wood Johnson algorithm of it's a coefficient of 0.983, which is significantly correlates to that model. So moving forward. So looking at the first one, here you can see, if you go back a little bit, there we go. Here you can see the county maps for mortality under 75 and years of productive life lost. The years of productive life lost, again, are calculated by subtracting the age at death from 75 for anyone who died before the age of 75. For all of the slides, I will be showing you the blue zip codes are the best ranking zip codes, followed by green, then yellow and red, which are the worst ranking zip codes. You will also notice that there's some zip codes which are consistently blank. These are zip codes we have omitted because there was not reliable data available for those zip codes for one or more of the 16 measures, or there was a small amount, or there happened to be a zip code that bridged multiple counties and making it difficult to get the data. So I will move forward. So looking at the number of deaths under 75 years, basically life expectancy here, you can see the better performing zip codes are in the southern end of the county, the blue zip codes there. And then you look at the years of productive life lost, that mirrors. When you put those together, the entire length of life subdomain score shows, again, is this combined, so again, the blue zip codes are the higher performing. They have the highest life expectancy in the county. When you go to the next slide, you can look at the top 5, which are in blue, and the bottom 5, which are in red. The top 5 zip codes are Bethesda, Ashton, Chevy Chase, Potomac. Go to the next slide. There we go. And Sandy Spring, and then the bottom 5 are Montgomery Village, Silver Spring, Gaithersburg, Colesville, and Poolsville. And I apologize about the graphic because you can actually, I can provide you with the information with the specific zip codes. Next slide. When we look at quality of life is measured by inpatient and emergency room hospitalization rates, mental health hospitalization rates, and the percentage of low birth weight pregnancies within that zip code. Again, the blue zip codes are the higher performing ones compared to the green, yellow, and then the red zip codes are the worst performing ones. And next slide, when we break that down to the top five are Bethesda, Cabin John, Chevy Chase, Boyd's, and Potomac. And the lower performing zip codes are Montgomery Village, Olney, Germantown, Poolsville, and Ashton. Next slide. When looking at health behaviors, and I do have the information broken down by each one, but in the interest of time, I'm just doing the global measures here. Health behavior subdomain, and the health behavior subdomain combines sexually transmitted infection rates and teen birth rates. And you can again see how the different zip codes stack up as the county collectively. When we break those down to the top five and bottom five, we see that the top five are Cabin John, Bethesda, West Bethesda, Potomac, and Chevy Chase. The bottom five are Germantown, Aspen Hill, Montgomery Village, Silver Spring, and Gaithersburg. Next slide, when we look at clinical care factors, the clinical care factors domain combines percent of population who are employed in healthcare. And this is a little tricky because we know that people, it looks at the, people working in different zip codes in terms of where they live. So it's not the greatest proxy. After hours emergency department visits and hospitalizations for preventable conditions. And when we break this down to the top five and bottom five, the top five, Bethesda, Potomac, Chevy Chase, Cabin John, and West Bethesda. The bottom five, Gaithersburg, Tacoma Park, Poolsville, Aspen Hill, and Sandy Spring. Next is socioeconomic factors, and they are measured by, in the model, populations with less than a high school education, percent of unemployment, percent of children living in poverty, and median household income. Again, blue denotes the highest performer, followed by green, yellow, and red. When we break those down to top five and bottom five, the top five are Ashton, Potomac, Bethesda, West Bethesda, and Cabin John. The bottom five are Rockville, Twin Brook, Wheaton, Aspen Hill, Gaithersburg, and Silver Spring. Next slide. The physical environment measure looks at or combines violent injury rate with injury death rate. And again, you can see how the county stacks up by zip code. When we break down to top five and bottom five, once again, the top five are Ashton, Sandy Spring, Bethesda, Chevy Chase, and Bethesda, another zip code in Bethesda. And the bottom five performers for physical environment are Montgomery Village, Gaithersburg, Aspen Hill, Brookville, and Poolsville. Right. Now, the way we combine these is we put these all together for overall ranks, and then when you, next slide, the health factor domain scores are looking at, they combine health behavior, clinical care, socioeconomic status, and physical environment. And when you put them all together, here you go. Here is the total health factor domain score, and how it again combines all of those 4 points. And when you break it down by top five and bottom five, again, Ashton, Bethesda, Potomac, West Bethesda, Chevy Chase in the top five, and the bottom five, Rockville, Twin Brook, Wheaton, Aspen Hill, Gaithersburg, and Silver Spring. And when you combine these all together for our overall rank, the overall rank combines all of those 6 domains, again, length of life, quality of life, health behaviors, clinical care, socioeconomic status, and physical environment. This is what it looks like for the overall health rankings in our county by zip code. And the top five for overall health in the county: Bethesda, Potomac, Chevy Chase, Ashton, West Bethesda. The bottom five, Rockville, Twin Brook, Aspen Hill, Colesville, Gaithersburg, and Poolsville. And the last slide actually shows where each of the zip codes are for the county in terms of the overall health status rank within that. And so I want to emphasize the reason why we undertook this effort was because going back to one of our first conversations, I mentioned that we know that there are pockets of need and disparities within the county. Historically, the data hasn't always highlighted that and showed that. In particular, with the county health rankings, yes, we do celebrate the fact that we are the healthiest county in Maryland and one of the healthiest across the country. But if we only continue to use that as our proxy, we won't be seen as a place of need. So for example, the Babies Born Healthy grant, historically Montgomery County has not been seen as a high-risk, high-need jurisdiction and thereby ineligible for state funds addressing maternal and infant mortality. The zip codes show us, not only the zip codes, but when we break it down even further in other demographic groups, it shows us that we do have significant pockets of need within the county that do need resources to address it. And so our hope is to provide this data to shape a different conversation and to highlight pockets of need and to also look at where services are provided to address some of these particular issues and tell the story in a different way. It is by no means in an attempt to take away from highlighting disparities by race, gender, or other variables. In fact, it's meant to supplement those efforts and to provide a greater source of data and to shape the conversation in a way that we can continue to move those efforts forward. And I think it's timely given the push around equity. And the conversation around equity, because we want to make sure, again, our goal is to provide you all with all the data and more that you could need related to health so that we can work together to come up with some policies to address those particular issues. So I think I actually got that in within 30 minutes. I think so. That concludes the presentation, but I would be happy to address any questions that you all have.
Okay, we'll turn to questions. Now, Linda, you need to give a report, I understand, from the board. The commission, is that a lengthy report? Why don't we just do that very quickly? Or no, never mind. We'll do our discussion and then we'll come to you for that. Okay. Mr. Leventhal.
Well, Dr. Gills, thanks again for going over these data, and I really appreciate your data-focused approach. We had a good discussion at your last report to the Board of Health, and we had a good discussion last month in the HHS committee. Just a couple of quick observations for the future. Your predecessor, Dr. Tillman, deserves a lot of credit for launching the Healthy Montgomery effort and establishing the dashboard, which is available for any county resident at healthymontgomery.org. And during the last few years, we also started getting the benefit of the youth risk behavioral study. But what we are lacking is really robust time series data. So I just commend to you as we continue to assemble these that over time we try to make sure that the data are consistent enough to measure over time so that we not only, and this is very useful to delve into, which areas of the county have health disparities and they're closely related to economic disparities, and that's not a surprise to anyone who follows social indicators of health, but are we making progress or losing ground over time in any of our focus areas? And that's something that takes time to assemble, and we haven't been monitoring the data for all that long. But it's very important to be able to know not only where the areas of need are, but are our interventions bearing fruit? Are they successful? The second thing I just wanted to point out, and you and I have discussed this, is that I'm meeting soon with the African American Health Program. They had been petitioning the council over a long period of time for more assistance with data. They got it, and then the report that they produced had substantial overlap with your report. And it appeared, and I'm saying this publicly for my colleagues to hear because there will be ongoing issues in future with this. It appears that there was not sufficient coordination between the data exercise that the African American Health Program contracted for and the data exercise that you contracted for, and it would be helpful in future to have more coherence and perhaps less redundancy.
Sure. Could I
And yes.
that? Yes. So to that end, actually, before we undertook our efforts to do this, my understanding was that the provisions had been put in place to support their effort to do that. When I did come in and start, we did undertake an effort to, we surveyed all of HHS to say, hi, what data projects are you all working on? Particularly those that are contracted to other agencies, because we wanted to have a better understanding of what services we could provide in-house. That particular contract had already been put in place and it was in motion. But we were aware of it and actually helped provide some of the data and guidance around how to do the analysis for that. But I certainly agree that that is something that we are working on internally in terms of how to better align not only the data requests and the data reports, but also how we look globally at health issues to make sure that we're all following the same mission. And if nothing else, convening groups to make sure that they're aware of what's happening as well. So all of the minority health programs and initiatives are aware of what each other's doing, are aware of what Healthy Montgomery's doing, and are aware of what other particular issues with public health services. So point very well taken.
Thank you. And then third point, which I hope will be equally well taken, is this ongoing discussion, and I don't know how many of my colleagues have been approached by the primary care clinics about this. Again, this will be an issue that will go on for some period of time, having to do with eligibility and whether folks who are getting care at Montgomery Care's clinics now are eligible for either Medicaid expansion or in a position legally where they can purchase care from the Maryland Health Connection. And there was a change in language. Uma and you have asserted it wasn't a change in policy, but the effect is to clamp down on clinics being able to provide care to people who may be eligible for care in other settings. And there's no question that the Montgomery Cares program was established for the purpose of providing access to care to people who have no other insurance. That was true from the beginning. I was there at the beginning. I can tell you that that is true. The solution that the department would provide screening and eligibility in a centralized way can, I think, be implemented through the centralization of screening, I think, can be accomplished through decentralization of contacts. And we've talked about this, but again, to the extent my colleagues are going to continue to work on these issues, you know, we should have Skype, we should have FaceTime, whatever is the name of the technology. The department can screen people at the clinic. The biggest concern, which I think is a valid concern, is you've got someone very busy, not making a lot of money, they've got a family to raise, they've got more than one job probably, but they make it into the clinic because they're not feeling well, and we want them to get care. And if we say, well, we're going to give you care today, but before you have a follow-up visit, you got to go to Dennis Avenue, or you got to go to Georgia Avenue, or you got to go to some other location, the likelihood is they just may not do it and they may not get the care. But if we're able to have the department do a screening on site remotely, it shouldn't be the big problem we know with access to care for, you know, the very neediest population. There are many big problems, but transportation is one of the largest. You got to take a whole day off work, and then you got to take a couple of buses. And if we could avoid that, then I think the concern that the clinics are expressing about excluding people and making their lives even less convenient than they already are could be addressed. And I just can't believe that technology doesn't hold the key in 2018 and beyond. There's got to be a way that when someone presents at Mercy or you know, at Mobile Med or Project Salud or any of these clinics, that we just hook them up to a computer screen and it's certified by the department, but they don't have to go anywhere else. They can get assessed right there for benefits eligibility, and I really hope we could move in that direction.
Well, also to address that particular concern, what may have not been translated in the messages that have been provided with you all is that we, in meeting with the clinics and hearing that concern, did say that we were open to doing things in a different manner. So centralizing without necessarily having to come to the 4 sites. We made that very clear, but we did ask for time to explore those ideas internally. I don't disagree. Technology is an important component that could be utilized and leveraged more. We have Tara Clemens in particular, who is the program manager for Montgomery Cares, has been looking at other jurisdictions to see how they do that in terms of non-traditional models. That will certainly take some time to implement. And so what we also emphasize to the participants of the program is that we would likely have a phased-in approach that would address the concerns, also continue to move us forward and let us know that we do have to move forward and we can't continue to kick the can down the road and expect for things to change. But we were sensitive to that. And so we've listened to that, and in our internal discussions as they continue to move forward, we're looking at how we can alter and adjust our infrastructure to address those concerns. We do recognize as well that we are a little hamstrung and limited based upon the resources we have right now. But we're continuing to move forward. We think this is the right thing to do. Again, this has been proposed and supported by the very same clinic folk who are sending letters now in terms of the need to come up with strategies to address affordability and supporting this approach in terms of eligibility.
And I should have started with this. I want to praise you. You've done an extraordinary job of taking over the position and really grounding it in data analysis, and it's a pleasure working with you. And I particularly want to thank you and commend you for the initiative to have the availability of contraceptives in the public schools. That's something that we discussed over many, many years, more in the context of teen pregnancy than in the context of sexually transmitted diseases. And I'm glad that it happened finally, and your leadership made a big difference. And it is a step that was long, long, long overdue, but finally it's getting done. So thank you for your leadership on that.
Thank you for your advocacy and helping with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have heard about that concern about the centralization, so I'll look forward to hearing how this will be addressed. Mr. Berliner.
Just very briefly, and Mr. Leventhal said a lot of what I would say. One, to thank you for your service. It really is extraordinary service that you're providing and your commitment to data. And I just wanted to ask more broadly. Bloomberg, for example, is doing a lot with data and has Smart Cities Challenge, has the Bloomberg Philanthropies, Data for Health. Are we participating in these programs? Do we know more broadly, is the county participating in the smart cities? And I don't know if you're the right person to ask that, but I do think it is so important that we use data in our public policy arena, and just curious as to your thoughts with respect to it.
Sure. So I'll let you in on a little secret. It's probably not so much secretive anymore as that, you know, the plan all along has been to move us in this direction, to create the infrastructure, being, you know, both internally as well as reaching out to external partners such as University of Maryland, George Washington, to help build that infrastructure and build a program so that we can start creating deliverables of our own to then put out, to be read, to get noticed by others in the county, the state, the nation, to be seen as an attractive participant for those programs. So that's been a strategic priority from the beginning. I feel like we're making great strides in that in that direction, particularly with the applying for the Robert Wood Johnson All-In grant. So that was a very small grant, only $25,000, and some would say, is it worth the work and effort to do that? Yes, because by doing that and securing that grant, we have been able to present what we're doing on a national platform to attract and get the attention of others. Academic groups and other agencies, so that our next step would be to become more of a thought leader in the area of data-driven policies towards health, which would thereby make us more attractive to participate in some of those programs. Because the reality is, in the public health world, when you think of the DMV region, everyone thinks of Baltimore and DC. And even when you look at outside of that, everyone thinks of Prince George's County, because they assume everything's fine and we don't need any resources here in Montgomery County. So I say all that to say that's been the secret strategy all along. I think it's making headway, and hopefully in the next update we'll be able to say that we are actively participating in those programs.
The open data team would be the ideal team to address that, and I know that we've not been able to participate in some of the Bloomberg cities because we are not a city. It's been a thing that plagues us as far as participating in NLC type forums. Ms. Navarro.
Thank you so much for that. And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and really, you know, congratulated Councilmember Leventhal for really working so hard to get us to this point. I mean, it's been an extraordinary, very thoughtful, you know, process that you have embarked on in leading the county to get to a point where we can have these conversations. I'm very excited with the opportunity now to take this on to a totally new level, because what you just articulated is exactly what we were discussing yesterday in the space of early care and education. Right? It's exactly what we keep talking about when it comes to how do we prioritize funding and how can we be more innovative. And this notion that Montgomery County continues to suffer from the stigma, I consider a stigma, of no, you guys don't have any issues. Looking at this map, you know, it is quite predictable. Anytime we look at all these indicators, whether it's the opportunity gap, achievement gap, whether it's, you know, the health outcomes, I mean, all of that really is superimposed. Pretty much, I think, aligns to what we've always known. So I'm really, you know, excited to be able to work on this, particularly because we, you know, now we really need to get real. I mean, the resources are definitely, you know, not unlimited. And now that we're going to be in this transition of leadership, then it's an opportunity to really take stock and say, this is where we're going to go. I mean, the buck really does stop here in terms of our budgetary decisions. So I'm looking forward to how we then really get to use this data to make that kind of strategic investment, right? And not continue to just react to things that come up during budget. So to me, it's very exciting to be able to have these in all these different spaces. I was a bit surprised about the zip code to 20905, the Briggs Cheney area, because I know historically that had been an area where especially access to healthcare and, you know, and healthcare outcomes had always been a challenge. And so I don't know if maybe we've just done well, or maybe it wasn't a particular zip code that was, I know there's so many zip codes that was highlighted, but that one kind of stood out for me a bit. As one is, I want to make sure that we're continuing to track what's happening. Back in the day, you know, when we didn't have an Adventist hospital coming on board, et cetera, there was a lot of, you know, work and data points that highlighted the gap, very startling, especially with the African American community. So I want to make sure that we're capturing all of that as we use this data to move forward. But really, thank you for all your work. And again, Councilmember Leventhal, who deserves a lot of credit for getting us to this point.
Thank you. Mr. Hooker.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Dr. Gales. I want to echo all the compliments my colleagues have heaped on you this afternoon. I want to ask you one specific question on my mind about the trend of juuling among minors, especially. The recent Washington Post article said that found a shop in Rockville where about 100 teens a week were coming in the store to buy jewels. It's obviously up to our stores to ID teens correctly. Have you thought about which of our agencies might have a civil enforcement role over vape shops?
I haven't, you know, in terms of specifically which agencies yet. We have had some internal conversations about, you know, how do we take this on? What does this look like? I think the consensus has been that with a lot of these is an education piece, because I would imagine you mentioning juuling. If we were to put out a press release to say juuling is up in the county, most people probably wouldn't know what that is. I confess I didn't know what that was, and when someone first asked me, I said, well, I really don't actually know what that is. Let me Google it and find out. So I think that from a public health perspective, one of the leading things that we could do is to put out information about that, to raise awareness on a practitioner standpoint as well as to community providers, and then help that drive the conversation. But to your specific question in terms of what other agencies might be involved, I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Have you, are there anything, is there anything on your mind that the county should be doing more to discourage their use?
Well, I think it's, again, getting information out there about what it is, what the practice is, what the risks are.
Just the public education.
Well, I think that's a start. I mean, I'll actually draw a parallel to the sexual health conversation. You know, the things that we should be doing were things that everybody knew. And, you know, as Councilmember Leventhal mentioned, these were not new conversations, but it was refreshed when in the context of, oh, wow, STIs are up 30%, 15%. And it caused folks to go back and revisit those conversations. So, you know, public education alone isn't the answer, but I do think it could raise a level of awareness to initiate some of those conversations, to those deeper conversations to happen to address the more specific policy asks.
And you mentioned STIs last time you were here. We talked a lot about them and gonorrhea in particular. I was happy to see the recent action the Board of Ed took, and grateful to Councilmember Leventhal and Board Member Jill Ortman-Faust for their leadership on that. I sent over a letter myself urging them to take that position. But are there other areas of the county where condoms could be distributed, or where other jurisdictions commonly distribute them besides the high schools? I don't know if other jurisdictions employ them in rec centers or anything like that, make them available.
Sure. So to that answer, yes, there are other avenues, and we're exploring that. So, for example, we have been working with our Children, Youth, and Families team to identify other spaces that youth and young adults access after hours as other sites for access to condoms. But again, not only access to condoms, but thinking strategically about how people can get screened and treated, because if people are getting screened and treated, you know, that's going to decrease the burden of disease within the community. And so as part of that conversation, looking at some alternative sources that could be venues for after-hour screening and treatment. I'm most familiar with the programs in DC because that used to fall under my purview. And for example, for young folk, we had, we called it the YSSP program, the Youth STI Screening Program. And so as part of that, there were, I think at the time that I left, 7 venues that were adolescent and young adult friendly spaces that we, the health department was able to fund testing. So young people who fit into a particular age group could come in, get their tests there. They were urine-based screening tests, would be sent to the Department of Health. We'd send them off, run the test, get the results, and then help make sure that they had provisions for treatment after that. And so we're looking at how we could potentially implement something like that within the county. But again, I also want to emphasize that it's not just young people who are 15 to 19 who are being hit by STIs, it's everybody else in the county as well. And so looking at places where we can increase provisions for anyone to get screened and treated if they need be. So the short answer to your question is yes. The long answer to your question is yes also, and we're actively exploring how we can do that. And just one other component to throw into that, our staff is looking at for the 19 to 24-year-olds who aren't in high school, but they may be in college. And so working with our local colleges as well to raise awareness and look at how we can increase screening provisions on their campuses as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. So your staff's looking at it. You're not ready to say whether, for example, we should have public education, condoms and screening in our rec centers, for example?
I'd certainly be open to it. We just haven't engaged in that conversation yet, but that is, you know, I am open to exploring any other potential venue such as rec centers, other adolescent and youth friendly spaces to be able to do that. I would have zero problems with that.
Thank you. That's helpful. We also, the previous briefing talked a lot about Zika. Zika prevention efforts, and we were told that the vaccine development was happening at the state and federal levels. Do you have any update on that topic?
Not in particular, just other than to say we haven't been impacted in the county significantly by it in comparison to other jurisdictions.
Do you have anything to share about the current spraying practices and who's responsible for what? There's been a lot of confusion about the state versus the county.
I don't, but I can get that information.
I can follow up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elrich.
So I want to thank you again for another, I think, pretty amazing presentation. I like the way you've dived into data and identifying places of concern, but with the intention of actually doing something about it. So I'm very impressed by what you've laid out there. I have some concerns in that sometimes the zip codes mask what could be, hotspots, particularly in the ones that come up orange, which I guess is the third quartile. Because when I looked at some of them, and I know I can look at the map and figure out that represent pretty mixed neighborhoods or qualities of neighborhoods, that if you're in the orange zone, there may well be likely areas of some of those zip codes that are actually red. And that you don't see that when you see the map only displayed by the zip codes. And are you able to get into the sub-zip code areas? And you made some note about how granular your data can be.
Sure. So again, to highlight the intention behind, there is an intentionality behind the approach, is when I was in DC, there were researchers at American University who were researching how the transition of the city, some call it gentrification, urban renewal, whatever you want to call it, the transition of the city was impacting particular health outcomes. I had not seen similar analysis done on Montgomery County, in particular as our county transitions, populations move here and there. And in having some of those initial conversations with them about potentially doing something like that here, it was clear that we needed to get more data on, as you said, a more granular local level to paint the picture, kind of the state of where things are, to then use that as the driving factor to do that deeper analysis, to break things down in more detail, to find out what particular factors are driving those outcomes. And so we're currently at that point now where the baseline has been laid, and now it's time to go in and do that deeper dive to tease out, just as you said, some of the zip codes where one part of it may actually be closer to blue and another part of it may be actually closer to red, to have an understanding, because I think that would be able to, as you said, tell a little bit more if there's a particular hot spot that's identified there, which actually speaks to the whole larger purpose of it. Is if you look at Montgomery County as a whole, when you look at the overall health ranking, it masks a lot of hot spots because overall it's going to be in the blue section of any report that you look at in terms of being in the upper quartile. But when you break it down, there are those pockets there. So I say all that to say that we're at that point now to be able to do that, the next step of analysis, and going to go back and revisit those conversations with some of those researchers, not only at American, but also University of Maryland and GW, to be able to help us do that.
I appreciate the collaborative effort you've been able to put together to do this. I think it's going to be really helpful going forward. So thank you so much for what you've done so far.
Thank you for your support.
Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I, too, just wanted to mention about the zip codes themselves. The zip code areas can be extremely large, obviously, and there's various places that have the same zip code with different names. I mean, Darnestown is 20878, but so is it Gaithersburg, so is it North Potomac, so is it. So I think that and I sincerely appreciate all your work, and I want to join the chorus of all this applause because you deserve every bit of it. But I do think if we could, in some way, and I know it's more difficult to do than just mention, but if there's some way you could actually break it down so that we could figure out neighborhoods almost. I mean, I know it's tough to do that, but so, and then what does it mean? How do we start working on it to correct some of the problems? Because in some cases you can have a very affluent area next to an area that is not nearly affluent, in fact far from it. So if we could work on that and then figure out what the solutions are, I think that would also be helpful. But congratulations on a fine report.
Thank you, Dr. Gales. Great work. Really good presentation.
I'm off the snide here. We're good.
You're done. Linda, your report from the Board of Health.
Yes. I just wanted to start by saying the county code establishing the Commission on Health requires the commission to report to and meet with the county council, sitting as the Board of Health at least annually, and the council has made a practice of hearing from the commission when it receives its fall update from the health officer. Normally the chair or a public member of the commission is available to make those comments, but no one was available today. I am your representative on the Commission on Health, and so today you get the comments from me. During fiscal year 18, the Commission on Health focused on health literacy, men's health, behavioral health, data, and access to contraception. As a part of this work, the Commission's work group closely worked with the Department of Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, and Crisis Services to understand and offer support for the strategic alignment. As background, the strategic alignment is an ongoing planning and implementation process by DHHS with health leadership and stakeholders that has worked to create a shared vision for behavioral health services in Montgomery County, as well as a roadmap for planning and priority setting. Some of its goals include easing access to community services provided in non-stigmatizing settings, increased training on evidence-based practices, and incorporating behavioral health into decision-making, viewing all activities through an equity lens. The Commission's data work group worked closely with public health services and the chief epidemiologist to understand the data needs of the department and the gaps in capacity to obtain and analyze data. The Commission on Health held its annual retreat on September 20th. The Commission has decided that for fiscal year 19, its priorities will be a continued focus on 3 of the fiscal 18 priorities that include data needs and gaps within the Department of Health and Human Services, continued support for behavioral health strategic alignment, and access to contraception in alignment with the DHHS Public Health Services. Each priority area represents a standing Commission work group comprised of Commission members based on their areas of interest. By January, members will determine the leadership for each work group and identify the goals and objectives for each priority area. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Leventhal.
On my way out the door, I just want to say to my colleagues, and if the next county executive is listening, we really ought to merge the Healthy Montgomery Steering Committee with the Commission on Health. It won't be popular. Members of the Commission on Health will resist it, but the Healthy Montgomery Steering Committee encompasses smaller working groups on each of the priority areas. And we just don't have the staff, and we're not going to have the capability to support so many redundant efforts in public health. That relates to my discussion about data earlier. If we want to squeeze savings out of county government, if we want to get, do more with less, if we want to use our resources wisely, we cannot say yes to everything and everybody in the existing structure, even when people say, look, we're doing good work, don't stop it. Obviously, what Ms. McMillan outlined is good and important work, and they have found some interstices where the Healthy Montgomery Steering Committee is not quite as active, but those two efforts really could be merged. It really could be one single effort for public health. And it'll be hard, so whoever wants to take it on, I wish you well. You'll get a lot of blowback, but it really needs to be done.
Would that be legislation, or it would be legislation?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be bringing before this council a new operating statutory framework for the Healthy Montgomery Steering Committee at the steering committee's request, and we may not get, I don't think we will get to the issue of merger with Commission on Health, but it could be done statutorily by the county council. We don't have time in this county council.
All right. Thank you for the, important comment. Thank you very much. We will break. We're going to convene not at 1:30 as originally planned. I think 2 o'clock is probably more reasonable. So we have a briefing on the co-location of public facility study, and then the semi-annual report of the planning board. 2 o'clock. All right. Thank you. Get started. We are now turning to a briefing on the co-location study, which is actually item 3A in today's packets for anyone who wants to follow along. And we have with us today Ramona Bell Pearson, Gwen Wright, Carrie McCarthy, Nick Holdscomb, and Marlene.
Yes, by way of a brief introduction, I just wanted to say explain why the council's not only getting this briefing, but why we asked you to introduce a resolution. And the bottom line is that co-location of county facilities has a lot of benefits. For our broader public, it has some economical benefits. But if you're an individual agency trying to think about what your own needs are, it's tempting not to think about partnering with other agencies. And so this group was prompted to try and stimulate discussion on this issue and look for opportunities, and it very strongly felt that the council's stamp of support would be very helpful. So this morning you introduced a resolution. You'll have a briefing now by some of the participants, and then scheduled for action on the resolution, I believe, next week. So, Jean, did you want to add anything else?
No, just two quick things. First, big thanks to the executive and planning staff and working on this over the last couple of years, and also being here today to present to the council. And then for those listening along, but also for council members, both the report, the public facilities study, as well as the white paper are quite voluminous, and so the links are available on the packet for those that want to read the full studies. And with that, we'll go ahead and hand it over to Ramona and Gwen, and they can take it off.
Okay. All right, we decided who was going to go first and second, so I drew the long straw. Ramona Bell Pearson. I used to be an assistant chief administrative officer, and in that capacity, I worked to co-chair this committee with Gwen. I am now the director of the community use of public facilities. Thank you for having us this afternoon. I wanted to add on to what Marlene said, who participated as a member of our director's oversight committee. Thank you for your work on that. I wanted to add that in addition to creating an opportunity for us to have policy, practice, procedure that will emphasize co-location, the executive was also interested in making a solid opportunity that would exist every time an agency or entity thinks of what they're going to do, facilities planning, service planning, policy planning, et cetera. And that not only includes the county agencies, but we were able to get the commitment and participation and cooperation of HOC, Montgomery College, Montgomery County Public Schools. And as you know, their facilities are state-owned. They have the Board of Education that they have accountable to. And it's not always automatic, and it's not even available often for us to collaborate and co-locate in situations. We have had some where we've done it based on economics, based on feasibilities, based on opportunities, but now we want to make this more of a policy and practice. And with the establishment of the resolution, as well as the creation and continuation of the Director's Oversight Committee, we feel very strongly that this will become ingrained, and it will no longer be an afterthought or just an operation of, well, there's really no space, what can we put together to combine services or programs, but it will become a way of life, and that's what we're looking for.
And I would just add, it was really a pleasure to work with Ramona and with the other directors on this project. I think the greatest benefit of this whole effort is not the report that you all have links to, but the fact that we all, the directors, got together, started talking about opportunities, started talking about things that were hurdles that needed to be overcome, and we started a dialogue that I believe is going to continue on in the future and will result in a lot of great projects. We realized as we spoke that we actually have done a lot of co-location projects in Montgomery County, but frequently they were done by happenstance or just a small opportunity that someone saw and jumped on. We're really trying to basically say, let's be more thoughtful about it. Let's not just do it by happenstance. Let's do it by thought, by plan, and by talking to each other on a very regular basis and talking about projects early in the planning process. We think that we will end up with a lot of additional good co-location opportunities. And as we find ourselves in a situation where there is less land available for new public projects, we are going to have to focus on how to make really the most efficient and best use of our land and to be creative. And co-location is, I think, the way to do that.
So with that, we'll turn things over to Carrie and Nick, who can just walk you through the process that we've been going through in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Gwen. For the record, Carrie McCarthy. I'm the Division Chief for Research and Special Projects at the Planning Department. We'll just kind of walk you through some key findings from the study, what we've learned and recommended next steps. And to start off, we want to emphasize that the county has had a long history of co-location. There's been a number of different initiatives, and we didn't want the study to be reinventing the wheel. So with our consultants, Bull and Smart, we looked at the past initiatives, lessons learned. A lot of times, co-location comes up during times of significant budget cuts and resource constraints, and we really wanted this initiative to kind of flip the script. And yes, those constraints are real, but think about how we can use co-location to enhance service delivery. In 2015, Bull and Smart did a white paper looking at best practices for co-location in other places, and then that led to this initiative that was a significant interagency effort. Start off with a little definition. We purposely adopted a very broad definition to try to be inclusive of different types of co-location. So really we looked at 6 key components. We looked at co-location in the same buildings, both planned and unintended. Co-location was called shared and other public benefits of interest. That's about affordable housing, nonprofit. Adjacent public uses that are adjacent but not integrated, such as a park and a school. Adjacent private uses, so co-location could be a public facility next to a private facility on the same site, such as a public facility with retail. Joint use of space, that talks about shared land and common area but separate operations. And then finally, public-private partnerships. And the consultant came up with this framework from developing a pretty detailed inventory that we'll show you a little bit of the existing co-located projects we have in the county. As both Gwen and Ramona said, this effort was a significant participation by a Directors Oversight Committee, DOC. Every initiative has a good acronym. DOC is our acronym for the Co-location Committee. Perhaps it's not top cars of several years ago, but, and we really appreciate their engagement, their participation, and this effort would not have been possible without it, and it really established some relationships that we hope will continue forward as this effort continues. I don't want to spend a ton of time on methodology, but we included this slide to point out that the project was both in-depth research and analysis by our consultant, Bull and Smart. They reviewed facility plans, they talked to over 16 different departments, held interviews and focus groups with over 50 people, collected data on existing co-located projects, tried to classify them. And then it was this interagency process both through the DOC, and we held a couple what we called pilot workshops to talk about new ideas and particular projects to think about, what are the barriers preventing more co-location. And this report, which it's online, I have a couple copies with me if someone's dying to have it when they leave here, is a compendium of the information produced from that effort and really a list of next steps. A couple points of context we want to start off with. And this just frames how we discussed co-location and how we're thinking about it. So one important thing is that it should be focused on service delivery, cost savings, and good utilization of scarce resources. Co-location needs to be framed as an approach to solving agency problems or meeting a community need, not the reverse. And what that means is we shouldn't just push co-location to co-locate. We really need to have a grounded rationale behind it. As Marlene and Gwen mentioned, sometimes it's a little challenging at the agency level. It's not always perceived as beneficial. In this process, we had a lot of discussion about how we can work together better and encourage people to put the time required to get these projects off the ground. And finally, co-location needs to be geographically anchored in a way that makes sense for agency needs. One thing we discovered is different agencies have different service areas, and that can make co-location challenging as the geography of agency facilities are dependent on the areas they're serving. For example, a police service area is different from a library service area. So trying to think about how to align those geographies as we advance the co-location conversation. We included this graphic to illustrate this important theme that co-location needs to be grounded in service delivery in serving the same customers. For example, families with children all use schools, parks, library, recreation. Similarly, workforce development is based on schools, affordable housing, libraries, and Montgomery College. Or also, lastly, an example would be back office services, shared infrastructure, data centers, and things like that.
For the record, Nick Holtzcomb, Senior Planner, Research and Special Projects Division of the Planning Department. So a couple of the things that I'm going to walk through with you guys are some of the larger database type things that we did for this project. One is what you're looking at now, which is a large inventory of all the public lands, and then we'll bounce out of the presentation. I'll show you the web map. It's interactive. It moves around, that kind of thing, and then I'll go through some lessons learned from the case studies that we also did. So I guess the one thing that's important about this is of the 150 existing and 15 planned projects, the county has 165 plus or minus co-located projects, and that comes out to about 10–15% depending on how you cut the data. But that's pretty good. That's pretty good, we're thinking, and it can only go up from there, especially with this initiative. And so, all right, I'll move here now. So this web map shows all the public land, and it's color coded if there's any questions or whatever. Green is obviously parks. What we can do is we can scroll in. We can see, there's also obviously parkland. I believe black is schools, yellow, HOC projects, I believe. There's also, on this web map, sorry, the mouse is not cooperating. One of the projects that we did looked at the implementation of co-locating fuel sites. This is something that was, I think, synergistically happening as and is still happening, still in the implementation phase. But if you look at it from a county perspective, it's all these circles, these different colored circles.
We have one here on the council building property?
There is one, yes, just at the parking garage. But the issue is that they're all owned by different agencies, and through technological issues, nobody could use one another's facilities. So, for example, at Park and Planning, we often have to pass several things to be able to use one, but that's coming to an end, and it'll hopefully open up a lot of. It'll show redundancies, perhaps, and it can also stand to redevelop some of the facilities that are redundant. There's also these circles are the actual co-located uses. So, for example, if we look at this, it says the principal agency is the college, and then we scroll down and we see the co-located agencies here, government offices, servants. So we're hoping that this can become, it's still in a beta phase, not 100%, but we passed it around and gotten really good results. And we're hoping that in the future this can become something that can be used both internally for public agencies during a possible pre-implementation phase or some sort of planning, so that if you want to put something here, you can look and see what else is nearby, what other kind of opportunities are sort of naturally nested, but also something that can be distributed to the public if they're interested in those kinds of things as well. So
would the linkages to learning count as a co-location in your survey?
Linkages to learning. No, I don't believe so. In the schools, there are many HHS agencies, but I don't believe the linkages to learning.
Would When you have HHS in a school, does that count as co-location
Yes.
in your survey?
Yes, it does.
So if there's an office there where health is provided by the county?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry. So the next slides are, the next slides are just going to look at some current co-located projects as well as some planned ones that are in various stages. So the first one that we're seeing here, and I'm going to talk about some sort of lessons learned that pertain to these specific projects and others. So the first thing that Gwen mentioned earlier is that co-location tends to be applied case by case and isn't necessarily supported by systematic procedures. Another lesson learned is that the concept is understood but not always part of interagency conversation, as it requires early planning. And compatibility factors define the co-location potential. So as we're seeing here, this is a perfect use where public schools' food and nutrition services are nested with MNC PPC maintenance, and the buses can live there as well. This example of the Gaithersburg Middle School and Aquatic Center showed the difficulty in branding multipurpose buildings, as well as it's sometimes a result of the proper execution is sometimes a result of executive and community level intervention. It is exactly what happened here.
Just as an aside, that one that you just showed, the aquatic center is actually Gaithersburg's aquatic center.
Yes.
So it's not just county agencies that had to go through that one.
Correct.
Many years ago. Yeah.
That's very true. The Wheaton headquarters for MNC PPC. This illustrates the timing variables between agencies and implementation hurdles. So getting all those organizations to work together to cooperate, and then the fact that it all happened largely just sort of pushed together, and then through timing was able to be a successful thing. It also shows how it could have been a missed opportunity. And finally, that there are challenges in aligning the delivery
Council
of
saved the
departmental
day.
services.
Yes.
Here's Elizabeth Square. This illustrates that the CIP process does not have standard evaluation criteria for comparing cost-benefit analyses. The idea of nesting a major aquatic center is not an inexpensive thing in the short term, but in the long term, it was considered a valuable enough thing that budgets could work together and make this happen. It also shows that a lack of long-term visioning with near-term budgeting, and that relationship continuity is important. And finally, the Wheaton Library and Rec Center illustrates the ability and flexibility of the new CR zoning districts, as well as the idea that this should not just be for new projects alone. We should constantly be looking back at older assets, things that are maturing, the facilities that need to be reevaluated. Thank you.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's next. And as Gwen mentioned on the great projects Nick talked about, co-location is something that the county has done successfully. And this initiative has been about taking something that we're doing opportunistically and thinking about how we can keep doing it on a more strategic basis. And you always need both. You need to kind of implement as part of practice, and as Ramona said at the beginning, so it's a way of life, but still then allow for those opportunistic times to come up, such as I think the Elizabeth Squares project will be a great example of that. There's a set of principles the group came up with as part of our work. This repeats some of the points I made earlier, but I'm repeating them because they're important. So one is that co-location is not a goal unto itself. It should be viewed as a tool for achieving a desired outcome. We don't want these projects to co-locate agencies just so we can say we're co-locating. It's focused on effective service delivery. How can putting schools with housing and health services, et cetera, really improve quality of life for the population? And And co-location is important as a mindset by creating a framework that integrates co-location into multiple phases of the planning process. One thing we found out, through the mandatory referral process through the planning department, sometimes projects come in and it's too late because by the time they get to that, projects are pretty far baked. And even if that's a process for bringing different agencies together, at that point it's hard to align the projects and the timeline, as Nick mentioned, for certain projects. And so one great aspect of the doc has been getting people talking at a senior level and getting people talking early so that as these projects are really at the grain of an idea phase, people are sharing information, which makes it easier to plan facilities down the line. And finally, to advance community awareness of co-location benefits, engaging the public that despite the complexity of these projects, and sometimes they take longer, that they really do bring value in how we deliver public services and facilities. So why we're here today is that we've introduced this resolution that we are asking for council endorsement to support the study and its continued implementation. And an important component of this is the continuation of the doc. It really has brought together senior staff from a number of agencies that haven't always talked well together and talked on a regular basis and introduced creative ideas. The future of the doc would be continuing to set some goals based on the recommendations of this study, furthering outreach and communication. One thing we talked about is that co-location needs to be both top-down and bottom-up. So the doc has helped get senior staff on board, and there needs to be continued kind of grassroots outreach to the project manager level in these agencies. So they as well are coordinating with their peers in other departments as they think about facilities, because agencies aren't always incentivized to cooperate in that way. And this will continue to explore interagency partnerships. Wanted to show this graphic because it illustrates some of the great creativity that came out of this process in thinking about how can we reimagine public facilities in ways that bring different agencies together to leverage our land and resources. This is an illustration that Montgomery County Public Schools came up with and James Song brought to one of the meetings that thinks about, how can we have a high school cluster that offers both, an arena that's been talked about in the county. They see high school as a level that it would be perhaps okay to have affordable housing or senior housing or a library or other facilities on site, so you can think of it as a real integrated campus community that helps us leverage some of that land to bring new facilities. So this is a concept, but it was just such a creative idea and an example of the great engagement in the group that we wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, I just want to say again, this concept may not be the concept, but what's exciting to us is this is staff at MCPS saying, out of this conversation, out of this dialogue, saying, oh, I can think of some really creative ideas, and throwing ideas out there. It may need to be refined, it may not be exactly what happens, but I think what this demonstrates is what we've been saying, which is just the action of having folks get together and talk has broken down some silos and has gotten people thinking a little more creatively.
And finally, here's some additional actions that we would like the doc to keep working on. Proposing incentives to encourage collaborative efforts. Sometimes, the interagency coordination, as we've discovered with the Wheaton headquarters, to put together a co-location project is a lot more time-intensive and staff-intensive than a single agency project. So having resources both during the planning process, and then the second bullet's about how we do the CIP. Sometimes co-located projects are going to be more expensive than a one-off project, and so how to create, look at our cost-benefit analysis. One idea was to have a checklist as part of the CIP process, have agencies consider co-location, to kind of give points to agencies that are really thinking outside the box and creatively using resources in the capital program. And also to continue to look at some state and legal requirements that are sometimes barrier to co-location. One example in one of the case studies related to the idea in White Flint to do a fire station with affordable housing, that one of the challenges was that due to state rules, the land transfer from the state, it was transportation surplus land and it could be used for a fire station, but was more expensive to use it for affordable housing because of state policies that were focused on transportation uses. And to kind of take a more holistic look at other sort of statutory requirements that are making co-location more challenging. And finally, we wanted to end, again, in terms of talking about the ongoing work of the dock and maintaining the partnerships that we've established, both across Montgomery County agencies, but as with the Gaithersburg Aquatic Center, the city of Gaithersburg is an important partner. Rockville was a partner during some of our discussions around property, the Carver site near Montgomery College, because they're working on a comprehensive plan. And then we also had a call with the national GSA. They're looking for places where they can orient, Social Security offices and other public-facing facilities. So that could be, additional opportunities to have a broader stake of partners.
So just to close, again, we feel like this has been a really productive process. We feel like it has, again, broken down silos. We're able to have conversations about how we're going to most effectively use our very limited and constrained amount of public land to best serve the residents and citizens in Montgomery County. And we're hoping you will approve the resolution so that even as there are changes in the next year or two of the people who may be in these department head positions, we still know that this is a council-endorsed project and that we can pull that Directors Oversight Committee together with new faces and some of the old faces and make sure it continues on.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
If I'm sorry, if I could just add from the county executive's perspective, the sitting county executive, that the obviously a lot of the burden will fall on.
You can't speak on behalf of the next county
I can't
executive?
speak on behalf of the next one. I don't know who that's going to be yet. A lot of the burden is going to fall on county executive agents, the executive agency's executive branch, and we based on our meetings, based on the doc, based on this administration, has been very committed to moving forward with this, not only through the CIP process, but also through the planning process, which is why we're partnered with the planning board. But we also had City of Rockville that was involved with us. We had some conversations with City of Gaithersburg. So we understand and recognize that municipalities need to be part of this also. This is a holistic approach that we're attempting. With council's support through this resolution, we'll be able to have an even stronger voice when we go to these other municipalities and outside agencies. So we're hoping that you will be supportive of the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's a great segue to a question I wanted to ask, and then I'll turn it to my colleagues. The town of Poolesville has been raising their desire to see a co-location related to the high school, which they want to have renovated. You may have heard that. If you haven't, that's a fact. What advice would you share? What criteria make a big difference? What if in terms of talking to municipalities, like what would you share coming out of this study process helps projects rise to the top as far as being good co-location investments? And I say that recognizing that the Board of Education has made its decision about the high school and where to situate that in the queue, and that's not really something that we need to discuss itself. But
yeah, no, I think the key thing is to be able to start talking about a co-location opportunity at the earliest possible step in the planning of any project on a site. Again, I think what has probably derailed co-location opportunities has been that a project maybe has been moving forward and then another entity has come in and said, oh, I want to co-locate with you, but that project has already moved forward, has invested money in design work and studies, and co-location becomes, instead of an opportunity, becomes a burden. So the key thing, and again, that's what we hope through the Director's Oversight Committee, is that when projects are, as someone said, just like the grain of an idea, before anything has been spent to actually start designing anything or looking at any feasibility, there would be an opportunity to talk about co-location. I think the problem, again, frequently is the timing gets off between projects.
Yeah, and my suggestion would be to make sure you have a coordinated effort. So, for example, even if Board of Ed has already made a decision with regard to the high school, there can be benefits brought by an entity that would want to co-locate. The community can get behind their municipality and say, let's make sure the zoning is correct. Let's make sure we've got any benefits from any public-private opportunities that might exist. Any benefits they can bring, even if the project is along, what we found is they're willing to make some concessions and they're willing to step back and say, okay, well, maybe with a few redesign elements, we can pull this in. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the report. I do applaud you. I think this has been something that we are doing some of it, but we should be doing it even more. For the facility itself, how's the accounting work? Who owns it? Who maintains it? How does that work?
Well, you know, it varies project by project. I can tell you, for example, with the Wheaton headquarters building, it's going to be owned by Park and Planning, but we have been calculating the percentage of space that is being used by Park and Planning versus the percentage of space being used by county agencies, and are developing a memorandum of agreement about how utilities and all of the other sort of day-to-day maintenance expenses will be split up. But it is one of the hardest things because, you know, everyone likes to hold a project close to themselves and, you know, have a lot of ownership and pride in their project. And this really involves being a little bit more open to saying, you know, okay, maybe we aren't the owner, but we're going to contribute ideas for how the building's going to be used, and we're going to come up with a good memorandum of agreement so that there's a financial partnership, but also a usage partnership.
Right.
But I think it's really a case-by-case kind of negotiation.
Right, and is this only for facilities itself? As an example, you mentioned the fire station. Could with this idea, could a fire station locate on a piece of park ground? And how would you work that? Would there be a land lease? I mean, how does that work?
I think, as Gwen said, it is a case-by-case basis. Yes, this study was heavily focused on just facilities, but we also sort of touched on, as Nick showed with the gas station example, that's facilities, but also provision of services. So there are sort of more, there could be more in-depth work that looks around additional service alignments.
And the bottom line is there will be a lot of work for the county attorneys to come up
They
with
need
agreements.
something to do. I mean,
exactly.
we don't give them enough to do. Yeah.
But, but I think that, we already have today, recreation facilities on parkland. We have some school facilities on parkland. We have parks on school land. And we have figured out a way to make all of those things work over the years. It just requires a willingness to be flexible enough to look at it.
Well, and to that point, I know that there's schools that during the day the playground is a park. I mean, and then at night that you can have other people come to that same park and use it in the evenings. But then to Hans's question about Poolsville or other municipalities, part of that to me has to be the actual programming of it. I mean, because that's another. I mean, all this amounts to budgeting and money and who's controlling what. But if someone wanted to co-locate a a recreation center on a school piece of property, then you have to figure out how you're going to pay for who's programming it and who's scheduling it and all of those types of and all those types of discussions. And the land is just not there anymore. I mean, that's part of the problem. And if you build a bigger building, then you have the issue of where's the playground, where's that parkland. So I think this is the right thing to do. I applaud it. I know that there's going to be bumps and bruises along the way trying to figure out what's the best way to do it, but it's well worth it. So thank you very much.
Very good. Mr. Ulrich.
So I'm just curious about what you said about the fire station, the state, and co-location, because I thought that was part of the plan. So what went wrong, and what did we do to try to not make it go wrong?
Well, as I understand it, because I was working closely with Dee Metz, who was the White Flint implementation coordinator, and she was working closely with DGS and with HOC. The original plan was to try to do senior housing or affordable housing in conjunction with either on top of or beside of the fire station. And the property was transferred at very low cost from the state. It was a transportation project that was abandoned, determined to be no longer needed, so we were able to get the property. However, according to state law, they have what you call a clawback provision. It's the common language. It's a reverter clause, where if it's not utilized in a certain way, then it would revert back to the state. And one of the requirements associated with that was for a transportation use, or it had to be used by a public entity, or public purpose use. And the public purpose use was clearly the fire station, but the residential component, whether it was senior housing or affordable housing, was looked at in terms of how do we finance this. And the intent was to get a partner to do that development with. And one of the partners that was looked at was private entity. Another partner that was looked at was HOC. HOC looked attractive, which we had to even sell the state on HOC because they saw them as an outside entity and did not want to agree that the property could be utilized in that way because they did not want a private entity to benefit from the lower cost of the land that was a state gratis to the county, even though we paid for it. So we eventually convinced the state entity that HOC was a public entity too. It had, quasi-state funding, et cetera. And then HOC began to look at it from a cost-benefit analysis and determined that it was not economically feasible for them to do the project. And we had gotten towards the end of development and planning with regard to the, or design and planning with regard to the fire station, or getting further along in it in the approval process. And it just became very cost prohibitive. It became very difficult. And at this point, it's my understanding that it's still in a situation where it's going to be developed as a fire station. There may be a public sector, like a police district station also there, but at this point, I'm not aware that there's any residential that's going to be involved, at least not at this stage. Now, there was some discussion about constructing whatever facility, public facility goes there in a way that it could later have residential put on top, because, you can do things with the foundation that would support that, but I'm not sure if we've gotten very far with that.
That's just stunningly disappointing. And the fact that our being able to take advantage of low-cost land would have made it easier to do affordable housing. You would have thought they would have jumped on that. So maybe we need to look for a legislative fix with the state, because that shouldn't have been a barrier. Thank you.
I completely agree.
Ms. Florine.
Well, this is very, very interesting. I'm glad this work was done. It's kind of embarrassing that we had to do it. The rest of the world, the rest of the county, our county residents don't distinguish between any of these players. They think you're the government. And the fact that we continue to have these turf issues and these silos in terms of power and ego and control is just unacceptable. So particularly with this last example, there's no excuse for that situation being derailed the way it was. I don't know if it got kicked up to higher level decision makers or whether there's a need to get the law changed to address it, but I would encourage you to identify those barriers. I think part of it is a mindset that we don't do this. But we need to look at ways that we coordinate across agencies with so many things. This is just the tip of the iceberg, frankly. This is the future stuff. But the things that we do today are problematic enough, having the separate silos. So my reaction is, well, this is good that people are thinking about it. I would encourage you to think way more about this as we go forward. And we just need to change the way we think about each other. We have these structures, these state law structures that have created a separate Park and Planning Commission and a separate WSSC and a separate set of agencies and a separate Housing Opportunities Commission. But the rest, their community doesn't see it that way. And for us, and certainly at least the municipalities have their own elected officials, and they're all in sets of controls. But same, likewise, to the extent we can benefit each other, we need to start thinking differently about a whole host of issues. I was here. When was it that we made you all join together in that building in Wheaton? What year was that? It was a long time ago, it seems like. We had a big argument about it, and everyone was kicking and screaming about that. That was the county council, as I recall, that made that, right, Marlene? You remember when that was? 3 years ago? It's longer than that. Longer than that, when the
maybe
planning...
2014,
at least,
something
at
in that.
least. I think it might have been longer than that. But anyways, we need to all get over it.
We stopped him.
We really need to get over this turf battle issue because we can't afford it. So I encourage you to make your list of all the legal impediments that people have dreamed of, and probably they're just holdovers from the past. So make your list, and then you can start working on it. Thank you. Thanks for the work. This is a good thing.
Mr. Rice.
So a lot of things have already been said, so I just want to make sure that I reiterate and certainly want to have your feedback, but not all things should be co-located together. So let's just be very clear that while we're supporting co-location, the idea that, and I think, Ramona, it was you that said just to co-locate, or to make something seem as though it's more beneficial because now two things are going to be co-located together doesn't necessarily make the project a good one. And so I think it addresses one of the points that the council president was talking about before. If you already have a project that you know on its own, stands on its own, just by saying, well, we're going to co-locate something else with it, doesn't mean that it jumps up in terms of priority. Because we don't know if that other thing is a priority for that community as well, or if even in that space. And so I'm curious as to when you're looking at evaluative criteria for what those two things, and how that process would work, but then also this methodology about memorandums of understanding or agreements that really talk about some of the challenges as kind of like a template for folks so that they can, and more importantly, so the community can understand. Because I know, and Mike Riley will tell you, the challenges between Kingsview Middle and Germantown Recreation Center when it comes to usage of fields and maintenance and all those kinds of things. And we've been down that road back and forth over and over again. So those are challenges that continue to exist that are hard ones, right? Especially when you're talking about budgetary constraints and you're talking about, well, my maintenance schedule is going to be different from your maintenance schedule now. Between county government and MCPS, or between WSSC and, the county, or whatever the case may be. And so those are real world scenario challenges that we'll continue to address. So can you just talk a little bit about those pieces of that as well?
Well, one of the aspects, especially in bringing the doc together with which were representatives from the various agencies, we talked about was service coordination, because we are looking, for example, the Wheaton building's a good example. You've got very like-minded and like operational services that are being brought together not only from a physical standpoint, but also from an operational standpoint. So the thought, and you've had HHS in the schools for quite a while doing healthcare and partnering with nonprofits to bring linkages to learning in. So what we looked at when we talked to the department directors was to start thinking about natural coalitions or marriages that already are existent, but they may not even realize they're already doing it because they're reaching out to each other as they realize their clients need services or they need just for convenience to co-locate. The other thing, and the fuel pumps, I guess, would be a good example of that. You were talking about the various operational methodologies of like park and planning versus police versus sheriffs versus fire and rescue, and all of them have similar vehicles with similar types of fuel needs, and they've located pumps in various parts of the county based on their needs and the proximity to their services, but other agencies pass by those pumps to get to the other pumps. So what we did was we realized as we were starting to meet that this was something that maybe could be coordinated, and a few of the directors were on our dock and they started talking to each other, and things started happening naturally. So what we hope is that a combination of the CIP process, where already the executive function is to group like-minded agencies together when they're doing the CIP reviews, that there will be, as part of that process, a discussion and a checklist that will include, okay, if you are a social service agency, what other social service or similar type of service agency is in need of some facility or some support or some presence, and put them together as they're making their planning.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the checklist also, and you know, Carrie's holding it up. The idea is that everyone who starts a new project of any sort will have that checklist, and it will say, you know, have you considered the possibility of co-location with another agency? Have you considered if any of your functions would benefit by being shared with another agency? Again, it's that mindset idea that we've mentioned of, you know, just at the very beginning of a process, have the mindset to think, is there some way that our residents could benefit from some co-located services? And we agree completely. It shouldn't be co-locating for the sake of co-locating. It should be, what benefit can we provide to our residents?
So when you're trying to move back in with your parents, you talk about the benefits of co-location, I think, because... all right. Mr. Berliner.
Well, in listening to this, we obviously did something like that, Gwen, when it came to affordable housing. We said whenever the county is going to look at one of its facilities, it must assess whether or not affordable housing can be part of the conversation. So it isn't much of a stretch to say we ought to do that across the board for co-location as well. Ms. Bell Pearson, I confess, like Mr. Elrich, I was intimately involved in the senior affordable housing on the fire station play, and hearing for the first time that this isn't going to happen for reasons that I find really so short-sighted. The notion that our county cannot take advantage of low-cost land for affordable housing, one of the greatest challenges our region faces and our county faces, to me is simply unacceptable. Did you raise this with our state legislature, to legislators, to let them know that we were being denied this opportunity because of this?
We did have conversations with Melly Winger's office to help the legislature be aware. We haven't, as far as I'm aware, taken any specific action, because I know that I think it was DGS was still working very closely with HOC and with any other opportunities to see if there was some way we could do something. I don't know what the current status is because, as I said, I haven't worked on it recently. But I do know that moving forward, we did do a lessons learned and that there were going to be some suggestions made.
Well, I would appreciate whether we could explore that opportunity, and maybe what we need to say is that as our county council has decided with respect to affordable housing, that if you have more than 25%, or if you reach 25% affordable housing, you get special benefits. It could be a private sector partner as opposed to just HOC with 25% affordable units or more, in which you are taking advantage of this unique opportunity. So
we were trying to do that with a private entity, and that's where we ran into the state problem with regard to how the land was classified.
I understand, and that seems to be to make the most sense, and that we ought to get rid of this barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to see the conversation at the state legislature level as to why they would say no to this. Really, property they do not need, property that this is not a good public purpose? I'm sorry. Including to the extent to which it is private sector producing tax revenues.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get this, so I really urge you not to let the ball drop here.
Okay, I'm also told that the fire station site there does provide the opportunity for future affordable housing, Ramona, is that right?
The plan was to construct the base in a way so that it could in the future have either housing on top or there'd be the opportunity to do something alongside.
So we just don't have the authority now, but if we could get the authority.
We have the authority. It's the funding issue because we were trying to do it through HOC, which would be the most affordable way to do the construction. And HOC is the one that said that it wasn't economically feasible for them. So then we ended up going back to the drawing board because we couldn't partner with the private entity and because of the way the restrictions on the land.
Okay, so sounds like we've got something we can work on there. All right. I think that concludes this discussion. Thank you very much for your presentation and work on the co-location issue, and we'll take this resolution up now at the council. And we'll move to our next and final item of the day, which is the semi-annual report of the Montgomery County Planning Board. We all have a nice color copy somewhere. Perhaps not here. Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Did you find what you were looking for? Do you want me to go up and get it?
Thank you. Nice to see you again. I wanted to take a moment to just briefly, well, you know them, but to introduce my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Sitchie and Commissioner Patterson. Wanted to see if they might like to say anything before we get started. Jerry, did you have something?
I actually, I could comment.
Press the button.
Thank you. When I was with the Maryland Transportation Department under Harry Hughes, I got a request from Park and Planning. At one time, there was what was called the Northern Parkway, was an extension of 16th Street all the way up to Howard County. And I got a call from Ed Ferber, who worked with the Park and Planning, about is there a way we could get this right-of-way that was paid for by gas tax money to the state. So I drafted legislation and presented it to Harry Hughes, but it said that if there was a sunk investment in a transportation project, a local jurisdiction could get it for the purposes of transportation or parks. Secretary Hughes was a little reluctant about parks, but the legislation went through, and the idea was originally if you had land that was abandoned by the state, it could go back to the original owner, and based on inflation, so it would be the cost of the state that they paid plus an inflation, the person could get the property back. This was a case we had up in Baltimore at Owings Mill, where when they did Interstate 795, they bought land for parking lot for MTA, and actually they filed a case, and I guess they settled it. But the land was transferred from State Highway to MTA to use for transportation purpose. So again, the idea was that the county or municipality would get it at no cost. When I was director, we had the opportunity to use the abandoned part of Montrose from Seven Locks to Falls Road. That was going to be the original Rockville, the Outer Beltway, Rockville Freeway. So we were able to get that land to complete the extension of Montrose from Seven Locks to Falls Road. Now, I kind of left after a few years, but hopefully we got that without having to pay the state. And I did hear about this case with a firehouse, and I would recommend that maybe you can tweak the legislation a little bit. I think that would be in the interest. Again, it's been paid for through gas tax money, and there are elements actually of Montrose Parkway, if not used, could be acquired by the county as well. But was involved with it, but tweaking it a little bit, and I did mention that the last time that I heard that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Thank
you. Mr. Anderson.
I've passed, thank you.
This semi-annual is going to be a little bit different than our usual approach, where we talk about some of the things we've done in the last 6 months, what we're planning on doing in the next 6 months. Instead, we thought that since this is the last semi-annual of this council, that we would review some of the projects that have actually been realized under your watch, because these are, after all, as much your accomplishments as they are the accomplishments of the Parks Department, the Planning Department, and the Planning Board. So you're going to see some really, I think, what I hope you'll agree is exciting video. We got some drone video of some of the sites that are under construction or have been delivered in Bethesda, Wheaton, Silver Spring, White Flint. I wanted to mention, though, before we get started, that that's just really the tip of the iceberg. I know that sometimes it seems, and I've talked to many of you offline about various plans, that when you go through the planning process, the community gets very concerned, and that, of course, is something that concerns elected officials, and then nothing happens. And so the question is often, do we really need to go through this exercise of getting everybody alarmed about the prospects of change when something may actually not happen? And so part of the point of this exercise, I think, is to just illustrate how we really are laying the groundwork for things to actually happen. And in addition to the ones you're going to see, I want to just point out in each and every council district, from District 1, where obviously we see not just the Marriott project, which you'll see in the video, but a number of really exciting residential projects. There's new office buildings going up in Bethesda. Phase 2 of Pike and Rose you'll see in the video, but also some really important park acquisitions like the Capitol Crescent Civic Green that we accomplished together just about a year ago. In District 2, we're seeing a lot of really exciting stuff that we've almost forgotten about. In Clarksburg Village, a new grocery-centered retail center that was very much desired by the community and really moved heaven and earth to see that happen. And now, lo and behold, there is in fact a grocery store with retail anchoring that neighborhood in Clarksburg. We're about to see Top Golf go forward. A lot of movement on the plan that Lerner has off of Century Boulevard for a very exciting mixed-use project. In District 3, we're seeing development applications not only for the golf course, but for some of the aging retail centers in Montgomery Village, really going to give a new shot in the arm to private investment in Montgomery Village. In Wheaton, you'll see our headquarters building, which is probably the most obvious symbol of the change in Wheaton, but we've also had delivery of the Ava residential project. We have now got the car dealer moved off of University Boulevard up to the Vitro site, which will make room for a very exciting new HOC project right there to consolidate a couple of parcels on University Boulevard. And in the East County, we not only will have the obvious projects like United Therapeutics, and we hope to soon see some action on the Perconti County land in White Oak, but also For example, the Silver Spring Library, which has just recently been opened. It seems like these are all sort of in the rearview mirror, but I just remind you that any one of these projects would have been a big deal in almost any county in this state. In fact, any small subset of these projects probably would have been considered quite enough to rest on your laurels for a couple of years. But we have banged out project after project and really done a lot of exciting work and seen a lot of great things happen. On the park side, in addition to a couple of acquisition projects that I had mentioned, which are very exciting, I would say we've added a couple dozen miles of trail. We have upgraded our ball field capacity, and if you've seen Four Corners recently, that is looking beautiful thanks to the new equipment and manpower that you've put at our disposal to upgrade the playability of natural turf ball fields all over the county. And not only are we acquiring new urban parks, but we are activating them, programming them, and bringing a lot more energy and excitement to those in Germantown, in Bethesda, in Silver Spring, in Wheaton, and soon in places like Burtonsville and White Oak. So all this is by way of saying I hope you'll watch this video and think about this presentation as really an opportunity to showcase all of the work that all of us have done together, and I hope that you will be as proud of it as I am, as I know that all of us are, and all of our fantastic staff have been in working with you to accomplish these things.
So I'm going to just say a very short introduction before you're going to get to see the great video that Casey just talked about. One thing that was late-breaking news that we didn't get to include in the booklet in terms of awards is that the Planning Department has just won 2 additional awards beyond what's listed in the booklet. The Bethesda Downtown Plan has been selected as the outstanding plan for the National Capital Area chapter of the American Planning Association. And we also won the Harold Foster Award for community outreach for the work that we've done on the Veers Mill Corridor Plan that we've talked about a little bit in the past. As Casey said, we have delivered a lot of projects and plans to you, everything from you know, the zoning code rewrite, believe it or not, that's been within this 4-year period, the major update to the SSP, the update to subdivision regs, the recent updates and improvements to the MPDU program. We've actually delivered 14 plans, including the bicycle master plan that you discussed this morning, and all of the regulatory cases that Casey mentioned. Again, it's hard to believe because some of these have been with us so long now that they feel like they're a part of the community, but they really have come online in the last 4 years. Places like the Clarksburg Outlet Mall, that has been in the last 4 years. The wonderful Glenstone Museum that has opened, we were very involved in the forest conservation aspects of that project. Casey mentioned Ava Wheaton. We can't not emphasize places like United Therapeutics. I mean, an incredible net zero biotech building in downtown Silver Spring. We have construction going on in Chevy Chase Lake. We have lots of construction going on in Bethesda, but we also have construction and projects going on in the East County, like Hillendale Gateway. So there is a lot happening, and that leads to our theme for this semi-annual, which is an energized Montgomery County. And with that, we can start the video. When we're able to see the big picture, we're able to see how our communities are changing in a positive way. We see parking lots and asphalt turning into trees and green roofs and lawns. We see places that have been sort of inhospitable turning into communities and gathering places. And that is a very, very fulfilling and exciting way to see our work that we have been so invested in actually coming into reality. We've really taken planning in Montgomery County in a new direction. Instead of doing large regional plans with thousands of acres, we're doing finer grained plans. They are real, they are not theoretical. We see the actual projects being built as an outcome of those plans. We are not in the business of just doing theoretical planning. We are trying to build communities, and we see that happening with the new projects that we have seen under construction over the last couple of years.
Since I've been on the planning board, and it really hasn't been that long, we've seen a noticeable increase in the quality of projects that have been proposed and increasing responsiveness on the part of developers to elevate the quality of design and raise expectations for what we can expect in the suburbs. So it's fantastic to see some of these projects come forward without even being asked that really raise the bar on the level of design.
I am so excited that some of our centers in Montgomery County have become hubs for large corporations like Marriott, like United Therapeutics. I think that it really says that we are a desirable place to live and to work and to play.
Marriott's decision to stay, the fact that we're on the short list for Amazon and United Therapeutics' continued commitment to expand in Silver Spring, all are powerful evidence that it's not just us saying it, it's businesses are seeing it, and they take seriously the idea that we have a lot to offer.
You know, one of the things that's amazing in Montgomery County is that we've been able to incorporate a lot of growth to create these great hubs and these new places and new downtowns, while still having about a third of the county remain as a very pristine agricultural reserve. And we should be very, very proud of that. And it has succeeded. We have a wonderful ag reserve that serves as the green lungs for the rest of the county. We have a lot of people coming to Montgomery County, and we need to find ways to accommodate those new populations. We think that there are a lot of opportunities of underutilized pieces of land that are currently parking lots that can become incredible places with a mix of housing, retail, and office, with open space, and with a real grid system of streets so that people feel like they can really walk from one use to another. I like to use the term new suburbanism. It's really a way of capturing some of the basic ideas that were found in our old traditional suburbs. Things like walkability, a mix of uses, great public spaces and public realm. Folks should be able to get to all of the things they need in their lives: schools, offices, shopping, entertainment, even health care, within 10 minutes. And I believe the new communities that we're building in Montgomery County really reflect that kind of a very exciting 10-minute living.
I think that we've made great strides with the SSP in planning transportation infrastructure that will serve not just automobiles but also bicyclists and pedestrians. And of course, one of the most important elements of our focus on pedestrians is Vision Zero.
I think that it is very, very important to make sure we have healthy communities. And Vision Zero is about making our roads really comfortable for all modes of transportation, not just cars, but people on bikes, people who are walking, and to encourage that kind of multimodal movement. For every project, every master plan, we look carefully at how infrastructure can be provided to incorporate the recommended new development. We are really working hard to refine and even get better at that kind of analysis. And in the last couple of years, we've become even more detailed in how we evaluate things like school capacity and transportation congestion, and looking at ways of solving that balance. We have done more outreach in the last 5 years than I think anyone would have anticipated. We have reached out to underserved communities. We have developed new ways to reach out. We have done a lot of work on coming up with creative and fun ways for people to offer their input.
We need to make sure that we continue to be the kind of place that people who have choices about where to live and work are going to want to be here. So part of that is great design. Some of that is about architecture. It's also about accessibility for biking and walking.
We are here to build communities and to enhance our existing communities, and that's what it's really about. So my closing slide, from the sublime to the ridiculous, we now have my work program chart, and are glad to answer any questions you might have on that. This work program chart has not changed since the budget that you approved, and we are working now on an updated one to present to you with the next budget that will come up. But this is essentially the same work program chart that you saw last spring.
Great. Nice use of drone footage in your video. Very impressive. Councilmember and Chair of the Fed Committee, Nancy Florine.
Well, I want to thank you for the video. That was fun to watch. And I want to thank you. I've been doing this now for 16 years. We totaled up the number of master plans I've personally been involved in, which here were 31. And we start out with Upper Rock Creek, Olney, Shitty Grove, Woodmont, Damascus, Twinbrook, Wheaton, Germantown, White Flint, Great Seneca, Science, and on and on and on and on and on. I think our big year was 2017. That was 5 master plans. And I have to say, Hans, 2019, you got 5 going there too. So I wish you well with all of that. But I think we've done a lot of good things. And it's nice to have that summary of what balance we've tried to achieve, how we tried to include community engagement. You know, our residents there's always growing pains right now, but those are certainly occurring in Bethesda. But I was in Wheaton this morning and saw they've gotten to the 2nd level of the garage. Moving on up there, things are happening. Things are happening, and it's taken a lot of work by so many planning board members that I've worked with over the years since I've been here on the council, and so many council members I've been with over the years I've been on the council to get these things started. Some of it has moved forward, others have not occurred, but we've created an envelope of opportunity, and I think that's the most important thing. An opportunity, an envelope in which great things can occur. And certainly with the enhancement of design objectives, which I think are really important. Just the splendid example of what things like United Therapeutics can reflect. And what's occurring with the high energy zone in Bethesda, congratulations on that award. Well, everybody deserves that. Not easy to do. Lots of trade-offs there, lots of concerns that got worked out in the process of developing it. And that's really what teamwork is all about. So I want to thank you all the people, the staff people from Park and Planning I've been privileged to work with, and all the staff people here I've been privileged to work with over the years on these issues. It's great to be able to drive around and see this stuff come to fruition the way you showed it today. And I know this, your work plan is for the next council, and I do wish them the very best. And I think we've set some pretty high standards for them to meet as we go on. When I made my list of things we've been part of over the years, I didn't include the other stuff. These were just the master plan things. But the zoning ordinance rewrite, to be sure, some of the subdivision stuff, and some of the flexibility that we built into the process to allow for new opportunities, I think is pretty great. So I just personally want to thank you for all you've done, and thank the board members. I know that's not an easy task. I've been there. That's back when we used to have really long hearings into the night. I don't think you do that anymore. But they are memorable, and everyone has a chance to participate. I don't know, back in the day, the planning board actually used to make decisions at 2 in the morning. I'm not sure, so sure how great they were, but that did happen every so often. And I think you've improved on that, certainly, over the years. But community input is what makes this process great, and I think it's especially a tribute to you that you just received an award for that. So thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you, Ms. Farine, and you've been a part of that, no question. I think you recently received an award from the American Institute of Architects. Later this week, you'll be receiving an award for your work. Thank you. Mr. Berliner.
So I'll pick up on where Ms. Florine left off. She said it was fun. Actually, not so much.
Acquired taste.
It is the hardest work local government does, in my experience of 12 years here. How hard it is for existing communities to imagine a future that's different from what it is today, particularly when what they have today is not so shabby. So to bring about change in that context in which people are living well and asking them to imagine something different, something better, is really hard work. And you guys did hard work. And we did hard work. But I will not miss it. I will not miss it. But I also wanted to say that I do think the design standards, particularly in the Bethesda plan, where we insisted on good-looking buildings, really is so terribly important, because the community's experience of growth, if you will, changes so dramatically if you have good-looking buildings, drop-dead beautiful buildings. And we're beginning, for the first time in my experience, of really seeing that happen. And that also was a function of your leadership and coming forward and saying, we really need to raise the bar, particularly in areas of our county where we can afford to. And if we can't make Bethesda and Silver Spring and Wheaton drop-dead beautiful, then shame on us. Because we can, because these are places that really should pop and are beginning to pop in all the right ways. And I really think, Mr. Riley, your work with respect to parks has been extraordinary as well. And so that we have this great balance of really trying to bring about a more enlivened Montgomery County, a more energized Montgomery County, a more vibrant Montgomery County, with a more livable Montgomery County. And bringing those two pieces together in the way in which you've done your work, I think, is really quite admirable. So, tip of the hat to you guys for all your good work, and thank you.
Mr. Rice.
So I'm going to pick up off of where Councilmember Berliner left off, because I think that it's important to thank my colleagues who are departing for what they've done for the lives of Montgomery County residents in conjunction with our planning department. I mean, I oftentimes have this debate with people when I talk about development, and I say, show me the last time we built a jail, or show me the last time we built a nuclear facility that was going to cause some harm, or we built a new dump or something like that next to your home. The things that we're building are places for people to live. We're building new schools. We built a new hospital, the first one in 35 years in Montgomery County, located on a community college campus, which has never, ever been done in the United States of America. I mean, these are things that we do here in Montgomery County that my colleagues have to show for us doing some incredible things that nobody else has done before. I mean, that's a testament to all of our unique and innovative parks that we do throughout the county, where in some regions it's just one. And even though it's really nice, but that's your only park. You don't have any other parks. I mean, we have neighborhood parks all across in all of our areas that speak to who those neighbors are and what they want and are a character of the history, reflecting the history of where that community came from. Those are things that are unheard of in other places. So yes, rightfully so that we produce a video that kind of pats us on our back and says, great job. But quite honestly, to my colleagues that are leaving, great job. We're going to continue to try and carry on that water for many more years to come, working in conjunction with new members on our planning board to continue to do the same things. I mean, we should be so proud for all the things that we've been able to accomplish and the things that we continue to do here, truly making Montgomery County one of the best places ever to live, work, and play. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you to my colleagues who are leaving, because you have a great history on which to look upon.
All right. Well, I certainly agree with the comments from my colleagues. You know, this has been a remarkable council term for passing really visionary master plans. We've taken a lot of flack, but I think we have really certainly, I think we've done a great job. I voted for these plans because I believe in them. And it's a thankless job often planning the future of the county, and people in 20 years aren't going to thank us any more than the people are thanking us today, you know, but they will enjoy the benefits. And it is one of the great parts of the job, and there's no question about it. So we have a very unusual approach here in this county with our planning board and the way that we have an arm's length from actual development projects, and we have an entire separate agency that does this for us so that we can really have the most visionary plans and have strong community engagement. It's a great process and gets great results. So we look forward to taking up the work program in the new council. And we apparently are not done. Mike may have not yet done his presentation.
My apologies. That's a bad way to start when you all thought you were
shouldn't give the
afternoon off.
You shouldn't raise the glass before the speech is done. You know?
I'm sorry. I did, when I went over the accomplishments that we collectively have achieved on the park side over the last 4 years, I was really impressed. I hope you are too, and I'll try to blaze through some slides, and then at the end I just have a 2-minute video of a lot of the great events that have happened in the parks that you may or may not have participated in, and that I think tells a story here. So my opening slide here, this is Warner Circle in Kensington, and we have a group of ad hoc individuals. There is some good news on this property that I won't share today, but there's some good news in the works on the building.
Teaser.
On the building.
We need some good news on that
There
one.
is something happening.
Okay.
But there's a group called the Friends of Warner Circle who are working with us on trying to find a use for the building. And we were talking to them about our park activation and pop-up park program. And one of the members' husband is a conductor of a summer opera school called Bel Canto in Tuscany. And they brought their performers to Kensington on Saturday, September 22nd for an event called Opera in the Park. It drew 250 people, and it was a beautiful evening, and you would never have guessed that any of these folks were amateurs. It was just spectacular. And the reason I wanted to highlight this, when we started this park activation and pop-up park program 4 years ago, it was a lot of little events with park staff. We were doing things. But I always knew the big opportunity was when we get third parties, when we get nonprofits, community groups, art and entertainment groups, businesses approaching us saying, we want to do cool, exciting, fun things in your parks. And this is an example of that starting to happen, because that's where the real potential is. There's another event coming up on this property in a couple weeks that's going to be the 4th time. It's called the Pumpkin Rock and Roll. put on by a music studio in Kensington, and they also do the majority of the work. So this park activation pop-up program, I'm going to keep pushing the limits until all of your constituents are lighting up your phone saying I've gone too far, and then we can have the conversation to see if I've gone too far or not. So here's my topics, and I will try to go fast. So we have our big three, parks, particularly parks in our population centers, trails, and athletic fields. I've got a couple issues that relate to items that relate to social equity, and then one slide on just awards and highlights. So this is a perfectly legal and non-toxic activity in the parks. I will describe to you what this is a little bit later, and we have it in our video. So this slide just depicts some of the big projects that were completed over the last 4 years. This is $60 million worth of investment. Many of you have attended the ribbon cuttings of these great parks. I won't sit here and read them all to you, but that is a pretty good list of very great community building assets that have actually come on the ground over the last 4 years. Some of them were done in partnership with other entities. And in addition to approving these large-scale CIP projects, you also supported and increased our level of effort funding for the less glamorous projects like PILAR, ADA improvements, and trails. So I just need to thank you for continuing to support investment in the parks. This is the ribbon cutting at Latonia, the last one we opened with the council president and vice president and some of our planning board members attending on the brand new baseball field that is there. There are 3 brand new adult-sized rectangles and 1 adult-sized premier baseball field in this new recreational park right in the middle of Montgomery County. So the Park Refresher Program you approved in the CIP this year, the big deal with this is it's faster, more equitable delivery of renewing our older parks. I knew that we needed something like this when I was attending community meetings, and I heard community members say, you didn't check with us before you built this. And I would say, we did check with you, but that was the community that lived here before you moved in. The process was taking way too long, sometimes 6 to 8 years for us to move from planning to development. So we have proposed this program. You funded it at $20 million. And we have a long priority list of projects going forward. That project pictured there, by the way, is Dewey Road Local Park. It was built in the 90s by yours truly. It is a co-location project. That whole facility sits on top of WSSC's Rock Creek pumping station that holds tens of millions of gallons of sewage so that it can be released later and then treated downstream. You approved the Bethesda Park impact payment. We have already, through development, there are 3 approved site plans that will result in $9.2 million in investment. Pending plans may result in $6 million more, and that's pretty short term since you approved the plan and the PIP. And as you know, what's pictured here, we have already purchased the Capitol Crescent Civic Green in Bethesda Row. We have a sign up on the construction site today that's being used as a staging area for the Purple Line, but the PIP will be a funding source once we get MTA out of there to make that into a spectacular civic green in downtown Bethesda. You approved the Energized Public Spaces Functional Master Plan. This is the plan that guides us about how we're going to provide tremendous parks in our areas of high population. You see on the slide there, it not only looks at areas of low level of service, so we know where to invest, but it gives us very specific strategies about how to improve level of service that can be activating existing parks, renovating and repurposing, connecting to provide walkable access, and of course developing new parks or acquiring new parks. And the park activation program I've already talked about. All those terms you see there, they didn't exist in our vocabulary 4 years ago. They're all new terms. We didn't have Yappy Hour, Mudfest, or pop-up recess, or any of those things. What you see here in the photos is, you know, from the big to the little, and the upper left is something I'm going to have a few more slides on that was led by our planning department in the community, but Parks participated in the White Flint placemaking event that just took effect. Lower left is a summer concert series at Brookside Garden. Upper right, very simple activities. We go to parks and we drop off toys, Connect Four, hula hoops, chalk, and you'd be amazed how much benefit that provides for families and nannies and little kids just to stop by and let the kids play outdoors for an hour or two. And then the lower right is our arborists showing up and letting kids climb the trees, which the arborists love and the kids love. We've held 450 distinct events so far since we started. These are just a couple photos of the great event we partnered with planning on this last weekend in White Flint. We turned a parking lot into a playground and a basketball court, and landscape, brought trees in and made the asphalt look like an actual welcoming green place. Next. And this is the same event on the other side where there was a bandstand set up with an agency called Better Block that we worked with, long picnic tables, food vendors, beer and wine, and it just brought, you know, it was an idyllic scene that just brought that community out and helped them visualize how a place that they don't view as attractive can be something much more different. So on to athletic fields. Next. You have provided major budgetary support for athletic fields. You've allowed me to create a dedicated program manager with a 5-member team that oversees the design, construction, permitting, maintenance, rule enforcement of all fields. We completed a baseline assessment of all 720 park and school fields and then purchased state-of-the-art equipment, including the large aerators you see there. That aerator on the left is called a Procore. The one on the right is called a Vertidrain. They go down in the ground 16 inches and break up the soil. And we didn't have these before, and they're 3 to 4 times more effective in terms of the amount of time that you can aerate a field, and obviously much more effective in terms of the depth you can get. And if you do talk to a sports turf manager, most of them will tell you compaction and use is the #1 enemy of fields. The soil gets hard on the top, the water and nutrients can't get in the soil and drain, and so this is one technique that just has a lot of benefit to be able to do more effectively. And continuing athletic fields, you've dedicated $1 million in CUP user fees to renovate more school fields. We continue to do that. I believe more money is coming in the next fiscal year from CUP. And then when we renovate those fields, you've added operating money for the ongoing maintenance. And as you know, our focus has been getting the most out of natural grass in the park. That device is called a Sprigger. If there is any silver bullet or close to it we've discovered for how we're going to have better fields, it's Bermuda grass. What that machine is doing is taking Bermuda grass sod, it's that roll, it's actually chopping it up into little tiny roots of Bermuda grass, and then each one of those establishes a new plant. It grows very fast. It is much more durable than the grasses we've typically used here, and the reason now that it is more usable is the new species tend to handle our winters here a little bit better, where before they really only worked a little bit further south of here. This is a renovation we did at North Four Corners Park. We only opened that park 2 years ago in 2016, but it was built with cool season grasses. We've had a lot of play on it. It's a very popular location. Unfortunately, some of that play occurred when the field was too wet, so the turf got decimated, and we went in and closed it down this summer and renovated it with Bermuda grass. And the one other beauty of Bermuda is obviously peak sports play for both the athletes and the schools are spring and fall. The summer is the downtime, and you can actually do this work with Bermuda in the summer, where you cannot do that successfully with cool season grasses. So that's another great opportunity that Bermuda provides. This is another renovation in one of our local parks, Dufif Local Park in Darnestown. Next. And then this is a renovation at Banneker Middle School, and as I said, we continue to add the remaining elementary and middle schools to our repertoire. And here I just want to give a huge shout out to MCPS, particularly Andy Zuckerman. He is now meeting regularly with us, including Casey. This issue of providing better fields at our schools is at that level, and Andy is very committed to it, and we will continue to work with MCPS until we achieve the best results we can. On to trails. That is not Casey Anderson. I know you all assumed it was. This is the skills demo at the MoCo Epic bike ride, which just happened a few weeks ago in South Germantown. So on trails, one big accomplishment is you approved, or we approved, the countywide park trails plan. Of course, at Park and Planning, you have to have a plan in order to do great things. So we have a trails plan for the whole county. It has a what's called a loops and links framework, which means there are a lot of circuits you can do if you choose to just do a circuit. But if you're trying to actually get somewhere from one place to another, we're trying to link up the whole system so that it works. And the big improvement in this plan, as opposed to past ones, is we did a better job of assuring that whatever we proposed was achievable and buildable. In addition, we added 38 miles of trail over the last 4 years. Most of that is natural surface trail, a few miles of hard surface, and then we renovated 27 miles of trail. And over that time period, you know, we have a great volunteer program. I didn't highlight that globally in these slides, but this is just an example that over 4 years we had 4,000 trail volunteers contribute 25,000 hours inspecting, maintaining, and building trails. A lot of individuals and then groups like Moore and WABA. We just opened the Pepco Trail. This was groundbreaking precedent for the addition of recreational amenities in the utility corridors. We partnered with Pepco and Mid-Atlantic Off-Road enthusiasts. Right now, a 6.5-mile natural surface trail is open from North Potomac to Germantown, but ultimately the Pepco merger allows for a 13-mile, 2 trails, a natural trail and a paved trail to go all the way from Cabin John to Germantown. And on this one, I also need to give an acknowledgement to Al Roshdi and Chris Conklin at MCDOT, because in order to open this, we needed to put in best practices at 13 road crossings, and of course, in principle with Vision Zero, we did not want to lead anyone to a road crossing where there was not a safe way to cross, and DOT really facilitated that work, and also working with State Highway Administration. This photo actually is at the Pepco Trail. This is at Route 28 Darnestown Road. That is a pedestrian-activated, solar-powered flashing beacon. So when you approach the crosswalk, you press that, the lights begin to flash, it alerts the motorists. Most of them do stop, and but then once they all stop, you are safe to go across. We've have an extensive trail network, as you know. We've surveyed all of our hard surface trails and located 121 trail road crossings, and we're working very hard through, again, capital improvement money that you approved in a new project called Vision Zero to make sure we have best practices in all of those. And lastly, on this topic, I have chaired an interagency work group to study the crossing on Veers Mill Road at the Henson Trail, because we did unfortunately have 2 fatalities there. We've had 6 meetings. It's Montgomery County Police, Park Police, State Highway Administration, DOT, our Planning Department, and the Parks Department. And I'm pleased to announce now State Highway is studying, and I think they will ultimately install a permanent typical traffic light at that intersection, which I think is sorely needed. They haven't committed, but they have committed that they are going to look really hard at it at this point. This is our business arm, our enterprise fund that operates the ice rinks and the tennis bubbles. It is totally self-supporting for its operations and its capital improvements. There were years, decades ago, where the fund wasn't doing so well, but through great management over the last decade or so, we've really turned things around, and the top graph shows that customer and use is improving, and then the bottom slide shows our fund balance is actually increasing. There was a big jump in the current year because we retired some debt that we'd issued for the ice rinks. So this means that we can not only invest in our infrastructure and our existing facilities, but begin to think again about expanding the program and adding additional revenue-producing facilities at no cost to the tax base. So let me move on quickly through our social equity category. Again, through the budget, you gave me resources for program access for ADA. We had done a lot of work in facility access and the capital improvements, but it's only been a few years since we have had program access staff, and you can see from the numbers there that they are serving a lot of people because we want everybody in Montgomery County to have full access to our parks and our programs. We've constantly expanding our opportunities for children to participate in the parks and gain employment experience. We've had 150 kids work with us through DNR's Conservation Job Corps. We've partnered the last few years with WorkSource Montgomery. That student there is a student from Wheaton High School as part of their summer RISE program, working in customer service at the Cabin John ice rink. And then we have also worked with Montgomery County Project Search that provides job training opportunities to young adults with special abilities, and I'm proud to say that we actually have hired one full-time employee into the parks that came out of that program. Mary Wells Harley, as you all know, was a former Park and Recreation Director, and when she retired through Montgomery Parks Foundation, we started a scholarship program to facilitate kids going to our park summer camps, and I'm pleased to say that we awarded 15 scholarships to kids to attend this summer who may not otherwise been able to attend. And then we continue to focus on translation services. We have Spanish language programs at Meadowside Nature Center. All their school programs now are offered in Spanish, and then I think they have 5 to 10 programs for the general public that are offered throughout the years in dual language. A unique partnership with Kent Mill Elementary, who has a dual language program. And then, of course, we're working on translating our media material and our social media materials. And then last slide, and I was saying last slide, but I do have a 2-minute video to hold you to after I get to the last slide. This is our awards. I won't read them to you. It's just a summary of some of the bigger ones, but the one obviously we're most proud of is that in 2015, we won an unprecedented 6th gold medal from the National Park and Recreation Association. They have 5 categories based on population. We compete in the biggest category, so we're competing against the cities. We're competing against Portland and New York and Chicago. And we have won this award more than any other jurisdiction in the country. And I am not going to retire until we win our 7th gold medal. So thank you. We just have a brief video. The wrap-up I wanted to say in my thanks is you really have supported the parks through the budget process, particularly through the reconciliation piece at the very end. Where I'm always biting my nails, and it seems to be the difference between going forward and going backward, and you've managed to shake the couch cushions and find enough money to keep the park system going forward by funding several of our new initiatives, and I just want to thank you for that and ask for your continued support going forward. Only 2 minutes, I promise.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
That was a terrific presentation. Really enjoy what you're doing in the parks. Thank you to the whole team. I know many of your team is here today. We appreciate your being with us at the council and all your fantastic work. And everyone, we'll see you soon. We'll see you next time. Thank you very much.